Oh shit, Fearless! First! Nothing but ones across the board, so it's anyone's game.
Online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
First battle.
And Lizzie, feckin' thank you. 68 months, no less. Sorry, forgive the cheeky belch, MBH Terror. How are you all doing?
Captain on the bridge.
Oh! So Angel Kalina, thank you for 20 months, like, boosted up to a 3. I mean, thank you. That's a lot of cash, but thank you.
Reactor online.
Fearless.
Sensors online. Weapons
Let's do
online. All
this.
systems nominal.
Do it.
Also, resubscription.
Indeed, a resubscription. Sorry, Fearless, thank you. 62 months. How are you all doing, friends? Sorry if I seem a little frazzled. The last couple of days have been a lot! But I'm here. And that is what matters. So Chaunerus, Cigarette, MDH, Angel Kalina, Lizzie, Chaunerus. What? Oh, and welcome! How are you all doing, friends? Get a little bit of them Tokyo 2 vibes going. Otoziniwato and welcome. Anyway, how are you all doing, friends? So I've been doing battle with a lot of things the last couple of days, but I'm here. And I don't want to talk about real life stuff, so we have a gajillion video games in the ilk to be bantering on. Game news has been at least game news has at least been a little calmer, because like, you know, everybody had their big jamboree of announcements, and they're kind of recovering from not E3, from the Cirque de Quillet, which I'm still very proud of. It's no E3 for Bowl, but I still like it. Oh. Okay, and forgive me for being a little bit multi-track drifting potato, but I have updated the boards. Okay. Okay. Okay, Cowley, that's the start of a really good, interesting setup. Watching from a travel lodge in a town that I'm not entirely sure is real. I threw in a video drone, but some of the Polygon squad put out like an absolute banger of a video on the eeriness of the Pacific Northwest. So giving a full-on shout-out to Pacific Drive and the ilk. And yeah, Hoffer's well in before the Dinobot announcement. I wonder if it'll be snoozing today. Of course, yes. And Vanderbeest, thank you for putting the pint glass. Sorry, friends. Okay, hang on. Let's do a reset. Okay. Sorry. Real life shit's been kicking my ass the last couple days. I'm doing good. It's not like a money thing or a problem you'll need to worry about. But what we're gonna do, we're gonna reset. Okay? So we're gonna come out here, pretend. We're gonna pretend like we hadn't already started. Oh man, I sure can't wait to sit down and start doing a whole stream. Oh, would you look at that? Oh, everyone's here. Oh, what a surprise. Down under dwarf, Wuppo and welcome. And Jemami, as I've said, I cannot fix the ills of the world, but I can provide you with company, conversation, and video games. Oh, Kakazi! Spot on with the first there. Let me update the boards. Alright, there we go. There we go. Alright. Friends, Longshipians, Miscreants, Pirates of the High Seas, Wuppo and welcome! How are you? Okay. God, it is a good time to be into video games. Look what I made! This was my, I attempted to take some time off on... Hey... No. No. Just Lizzie. Lizzie, no. Magician. No, please come back. I attempted to do something akin to taking time off on Sunday evening, and I built this little guy. I put it up on the TikToks, but it's my little 7-Eleven Gundam. It was actually one of 2 7-Eleven kits I got. Gold Injection. It was a fun little build.
I said they did now.
And Fearless and Lizzie, thank you for the please. Yeah, sorry friends, I'm kind of tracking in a bit of a bad mood. It'll shake in a couple minutes. You know how it is. I get hanging out with you lot and then I'm... Oh. But yeah, thankfully, as I said, like, everything's kind of calmed down post Cirque de Kile, which has been nice. We got the Dragon Age, not Wolf, was it, Veil Guard or what have you. We got the gameplay. We got some early... I'm trying to think how to phrase it without sounding like I'm being bitter. So we got a very, very curated, almost like vertical slice of New Dragon Age. Veil Wolf, Dreadguard, one of those, yeah. Veil, Dread, Wolfguard, that's the one, Sagara. And it's fine. The Dragon Age fandom is currently really unsure how to deal with, like, the announcement trailer, which apparently we weren't the only ones to get that really weird, disjointed take. But I will say, having seen...
It is fine.
It's fine. The trailer was hot garbage and is a cautionary tale to others. But the gameplay setup looked nice. It feels very... It feels very vibrant, is the words I was looking for. But ultimately what we saw was something akin to a press demo. The kind of thing that you'd be shown behind closed doors at, like, E3's past. You know, lots of scripted sequences, lots of very carefully played, beautiful moments. So it's technically gameplay, but you know what I mean. Oh, sorry, Shitari, where are my manners? Thank you for this. Thank you all! I'm just happy to hang out with you all, alright? I mean, usually I have to wait like 2 days before we get to hang out, so I'm very happy. But that seems to be a larger portion of what people are talking about. Actually, and the other thing is I got into a really interesting discussion about, I think it's called Snake Eater Delta or something like that. The remake of Metal Gear Solid 3. And there's a really interesting discussion there to be had about the quest for high fidelity removing artistic intent because of complexity of assets. So someone online did a really, really good side-by-side of here is the original opening, Metal Gear Solid 3, and here is what we saw throughout Summer Games Fest. And the newer one, high-quality assets, like it is a shot-for-shot copy of the original, which is great, but it's been lacking something, and the realization is that predominantly to overcome the limitations of originally the PS2, but also to try and emulate that, like, Cold War spy thriller vibe. Like, Metal Gear Solid 3's got a lot of, like, stylistic choices that really make it pop. in this remake, they've gone for like as close to a realistic, like they've gone for a high fidelity art style, which looks very crisp, very clean, but all the artistic intent and personality seems to be missing. There's been some really interesting discussions on that one. And Phyllis, I think, I don't know what the Konami of now is up to. I don't know what their overall plans and schemes in the ilk are. But I am hoping, like, I'm with you there, but I think it's going to be a very different beast. I think we're looking at something akin to, like, Twin Snakes. And for those of you that aren't a million years old, Legend, Navaras, whatto and welcome! Twin Snakes was a GameCube remake of Metal Gear Solid, and it was very different. It was very different. So, it's going to be interesting to see, like, emulation without understanding leads to soulless banality. So, who knows? But in the same breath, in video games, you can copy something mechanically and have it feel good, even if it doesn't look right. So, and yeah, honestly, like, I guess it's only been a day since I've seen you all, but that's been kind of about it. Someone finally beat the Trackmania challenge and won themselves, like, was it 11 grand? Sorry, no, $32,000. If you're unfamiliar with it, basically, the map was kind of like a driving equivalent of Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy, and a bunch of people have been competing to see who could clear it. And I think it took the winning person 220 hours to clear it. So yeah. Earthman Dave, whatto and welcome. Hello, hello. But as I said, like, that's kind of been the long and short of it. We're definitely going to have to start culling the games news channel a little bit. But the discussions there have been good. It's just... sorry, I was scrolling up and I was just looking at game news, and there was a lot of stuff, like, being reposted that was a few years old and things like that. I'm just like, God, we gotta be better. But at the same time, there was some really good banter on the subject of, like, you know, IPs and how they're upheld and things like that. So anyway, Phil Spencer didn't shit his pants, so maybe Legend? I mean, we've got general and stuff for it. It's less the discussion on the news. It's more the, like, you know, the wild tangents. Again, and people not checking dates on things they're posting and stuff like that. Anyway, I figured, like, with Summer Games Fest, you know, there was so much popping off all at once. No point trying to play clean up. But yeah, as I said, aside from that, there's been nothing massive. Sumo Group, the company that owns Sumo Digital and things like that.
Did you know that you can wear an overturned canoe as a hat? It's capsized.
Why you like this? Why you like this? Thank you kindly for the 1,000. That is extremely generous of you. Fuck you for that joke. That was terrible. That was bad and made me feel bad. Well, cold ankles. Remember, a problem shared is a problem shared. Zakam, Watto, and welcome. What else has been going down? GameStop is still in its downward spiral. It's going to be interesting to see how that one finally keels over. And it's been really interesting to see all the kind of the think pieces after Summer Games Fest. What fucking cracks me up is the amount of people who, like myself, were so fucking done with E3 as an event now being like, oh, we should bring E3 back! No. Like, do not let nostalgia blind you. Homies. I keep saying it's like, you don't miss E3. You miss getting to see your industry homies in your little, like, industry games fam after working a shitty day on a shitty show floor, right? After running from meeting to meeting for, like, 3 days. That's what people miss. There was also a bit more of a cohesion with E3 because of the physicality of it, you know? Lizzie, I too missed the memes. You know, each of the press conferences was a mimetic event. You know, Jesus, I still think about Matt Lee's E3 abridged videos. You know, on list of, I'll never be that funny, but I wanna be, you know? But no, it's been interesting. Like, we talked about this last year, and there's definitely a value in the coverage that's being put forward. Now, is it worth $250,000 to be part of Keeley's special? Probably not. But getting in on like the Summer Games Fest, getting on like Day of the Devs or Awesome Direct or like the PC Gaming Show, Zalavit actually put some numbers out that at its peak, El Paso Elsewhere, even post-announce, hit, 18,000 wishlist requests, right? You know, I Am Your Beast is over 30. So, currently I Am Your Beast has stepped over all other Strange Scaffold games on wishlist speed by 10k, and it's still not even out yet, you know what I'm saying? So that number can only increase. Now, there's some elements to it that obviously help. I Am Your Beast is very replayable, and it's very shareable. You know, it is a game built to be speedrun, you know? You know, Jason Bourne's Neon White is a real good premise. And yeah, Hoffers, it is a shame that the Matt Lee's E3 abridged videos aren't there anymore. I have a feeling that I believe it was like KSI that was threatening legal action, and so VG24 was just like, yeah, no, we're not going to touch this. But to level it out, that does mean we got shut up and sit down, so can't hate that. Oh, sorry, if you don't know, so Matt Lees is one of the founders of Shut Up and Sit Down, a brilliant board game review show on YouTube that's very worth your time. And he was a games journo before that, and was very prolific. Also, you know, called out people for shitty behavior before that was the done thing. And it rubbed his superiors up the wrong way. You don't need to know who KSI is, just know that they're a piece of shit. They're a piece of shit. So yeah, I try and live my days to be maybe one day as funny and as authentic as Matt Lee's, you know. But that's another story. So yeah, trying to think what else has been kind of going down. It's like I said, it's only been a day. I reinstalled Sniper Elite 5 because I wanted to explode some Nazi genitals with high-powered weapons. But I spent all the time... Okay, I downloaded it, and then I spent, like, a chunk of time trying to, like, retweak my rifles. And I was like, boy, I sure do have a buttload of anxiety. I'm going to the pub. I don't know what was up with me yesterday, friends. I just fucking could not shake the brain spiders. So ultimately, I just went for the nuclear option and drowned them in gin. Because remember, friends, brain spiders can't swim. Welcome back! What tales from the whales? Alright, I thought that was fun. And Shatari, thank you. Oh. Sorry, the reason I keep going back into the brain bot is I know there was something games industry-wise that popped up on my feed, aside from Dragon Age. Okay, well, whatever it is, unfortunately, friends, has either dropped out of my head or fallen off one of my tabs. I'll have to come back to that one. I know, and Fearless, I think non-lethal playthroughs of that game are really challenging, and I think it's interesting. You know, ironically, in like MGS 5, I was just a non-lethal sniper. No bodies, no witnesses. Of course, by the time I wiped out a base, it was just everybody having nap time. One thing I was saying last night with a friend is that the most unrealistic thing of video games have put forward to us is the idea of a tranquilizer that just lets you go to sleep. God, do you know how much that would change my life? Be like, oh man, I'm a bit tired, but I'm not sleepy. Tranquilizer gun. Night, night. Just done. The forever nap.
I could just go like fully.
Oh, yes, the sleeper hole.
The sleeper hole.
Oh, that gives you such a fucking headache.
I'm not shocked.
Well, it was, actually, I was about to say, it's Becky. You all know Becky. None of you know Becky.
I don't know that.
Becky was PR on Total War, but had previously come from Take-Two before they imploded. Or, was it Take-Two? No, THQ, that's it. For THQ Implosion. She did a press tour for the UFC game, which meant actually touring with UFC fighters, and they showed her how to choke a guy out. And I once watched her choke a dude out in a bar because he said she couldn't do it.
Never tell a woman that.
Exactly. And the thing is, Becky looks like your standard issue like lass from the UK. And yeah, no, cut this guy out. So later on, I was like, all right, I'm in. Let's find it. Let's go. Yes, I was also drunk. Oh yeah, so there you go. There's a story for you, friends. A dice goddess, Watto, and welcome. Hello, hello. I mean, granted, that's also a thing to say for everything announced over these last few days. He's just been out. She should be fine for at least another hour or two. He was freaking out and not in the trying to find you way. So I was like, all right. Yeah, it was. It was a fury piss. His little ear is grumpy. What was he talking about? Oh, well, whatever it is, it's lost. Anyway, so how are you all doing, friends? Oh yes, do not pre-order video games. It does not help the video game companies buy it day one, that does. And I have to say, especially, more so than anything else, do not pre-order Dragon Age. Will, why specifically that one? Because EA will not count those pre-orders towards the success of Dragon Age. And my shamanistic theory, and I have nothing to back this up, I'm just reading the bonds. My shamanistic theory is that this is BioWare's last gasp at autonomy, right? It might be their last gasp to exist. Because if you think about what they've been pushed into making over previous years, this is a dyed-in-the-wool standard Dragon Age game, right? There's a lot about it that's different, there's a lot about it that's something new, and that's not inherently bad. But if you pre-order that game, the only people who will get credit for it are EA. The EA marketing team will get credit for that. So MDH, I don't think BioWare's had much independence for a while. I think Anthem was forced upon them. We know that the engine choice for Mass Effect Andromeda and the incredibly impossible turnaround time on that game, that was EA. Now, why do I think this? Years back, we got to see at a Game Awards the announcement, just the title, just the logo for Dragon Age Dreadwolf, right? And like, that's not how EA play, right? EA like doing a big song and dance with usually something along the lines of a thematic trailer. So my current theory is that somebody at BioWare cut a deal with old Jeffrey Kegels to have that be the announce spot. Because like, we know that if Longship Studios want to put a trailer on the Game Awards, that's going to be somewhere in the realm of 300 to $500,000, right? But if we already had a massively successful franchise and we knew people there, and we're like, hey, Kegels, we want to announce the Flamp 7, the Reflamphening, or what have you. And he's like, holy shit, from that award-winning AAA series that no one's heard of and they've all wanted a new sequel to. Fuck yeah, you can have that announcement for free because he gets something from that. You know, quid pro quo. So I think they made that deal and it put EA in a bit of a bind that they had to acknowledge Dragon Age and they had to acknowledge it moving forward. And, well, EA's found me. They'll never take me alive! Piss bottles at the ready! Sorry. But that's my current theory, or my working theory, if you will.
Reactor online.
Hey!
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
What hope? Last subiversary of my 30s, that's weird.
True. But next month, nice. And Legend, you're right, EA isn't normally that fast. It usually takes them at least a fiscal year. And the A for EA stands for ACAB. Ha! I mean, Fearless, you can just make the box art at this point. There's actually something I did with an illustrator friend of mine to help bulk their portfolio out, was making up fake games that they could do concept art and box art and things for. Good times, good times. Anyway, yeah, just tell your friends, tell your homies, do not pre-order. It's not going to help. If you absolutely positively need whatever weird physical edition they're doing, I'll consider that like a reprieve. I know, Earthman Dave, you're right, but like, when you think about it, what is a pre-order? It is you have agreed to purchase a game before you've played it, before anyone has played it. And the only thing you've seen up until that point is marketing assets. The success of pre-order is nothing to do with the quality of the title, it's everything to do with how the marketing campaign is going. And that is how its success is attributed. Angelos, whatto and welcome. I don't know if you saw in Discord, but Polygon did a really good video on the Pacific Northwest and all the varying games and media set there, with a big old shout out to Pacific Drive. Yeah, as Fearless is saying, don't make Fearless's mistake. They pre-ordered Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 before the studio switch, and while I do think, and it's coming out next week, what is it called? Still Wakes the Dead? That's not a movie. No, it is. Still Wakes the Deep. Which is a Chinese Room's horror game set on a British oil rig. I think that's going to slap. Bloodlines 2? It's not going to be good. It's not going to be good. And Aiden, whatto and welcome. Hello, hello. Damn, Legend. Who was that inconsiderate streamer going live? What a fucking asshole. Oh yeah, no, Wraith. It's got that kind of like off-sea drillin' nurse. I mean, feelers, I'll also play it. I now know that it's going to be a very linear narrative experience
Reactor
with
online.
limited
Sensors online.
combat.
Weapons online. All systems nominal.
What hope? How do you double jump? Oops, I spilled ice cream. Remember that you were loved by us and there's no shame in that. We all live together.
Captain Step. Thank you. It's interesting. It's going to be interesting today to see how many people remember, you know, the Wuppo of old. So if you're wondering what in the bloody hell we're doing today, we are playing Tiny Terry's Turbo Trip. A little guy wants to turn his car into a rocket ship, and that's it. One of the things that's been very, very fascinating about this, because Tiny Terry's actually gotten a lot of coverage. Like, it is not an unknown title, and it's currently sitting at like 420 reviews, which is good. You know, anything outside of like anything outside of a couple hundred, I think, is a good indicator that the game hasn't done poorly. But in every single one of the previews, every single one of the reviews, no one talked about Wuppo. And if you're wondering what the fuck Wuppo is, it is one of the most underrated little platformers. It is an initially very cute-looking twin-stick Metroidvania in the story of Wombs. These cute round little buggers that cause mischief in a bizarre and strange little world. Ultimately ends up being this incredible journey, this kind of surrealist exploration of discovery. And when it goes hard, it goes hard. It's not complex combat-wise. Again, it's twin-stick shooter. But in terms of the breadth and depth that it goes, like, there's a tiny train that takes you to another city, and on the tiny train, there's a tiny Rami and a tiny train jam. And Kestrel?
Hello.
Yeah, we're doing it, Kestrel. I doing welcome. Oh, sorry. And to both Captain Steph and Kestrel, thank you for the 68 months. For as long as one could have thrown a sub at my dumb face, you have chosen to do so. It's very fucking cool.
I enjoyed Wuppo, but I found the ice cream focus too much. Made the game feel strangely deserted.
That is all. But no, Ehrman, thank you for the 500, even if it's fucking with me! Timid said there was a Steam review that said something along the lines of, this is your chance not to sleep on Tiny Terry like you did Wuppo. I hadn't heard that before. It's valid. It's valid. So Kestrel, that's what we're doing today. We're going to be playing Tiny Terry's Turbo Trip by the same team that did Wuppo. Now, it's supposed to be about like 3.5, 4 hours long. So if we beast through that, I have a little tasting menu of games we can jump into. We'll just work on some fucking Gundams. Like, we can do whatever. But like, as one of the few online spaces that I know of where people even know what Wuppo is, like, I don't know. I'm looking forward to this. I do think, sadly, that the 2D Splatoon title they were working on is probably not coming. Yeah, what was it called? The Wuppo Breath Festival. Breath Festival Forever. One team tries to gunk everything the hell up. The other team tries to clean it. So it's this interesting kind of Splash of the Flag, but like twin stick 2D multiplayer. However, again, don't think we're going to see that one. Because multiplayer games are really fucking hard to make. Now, what caused them to make Turbo Terry instead is an interesting discussion. And the people that are publishing them are, Super Rare Games. And they're handling some friendos who are making a game called Townseek, which will be very good. And the rest of their lineup is predominantly cute, weird little indie stuff, so it makes sense. So yeah. Angela says, no, they're not. It's just the press make multiplayer button in Unity. Duh. So, okay, does anyone want to talk about the publisher banter we had going on in Games News? Because I know it's something that I care about, but... We've got a little while before we're jumping in game. And honestly, I quite like talking to you lot, I'm gonna say. Okay. Well, so Legend then, I'll keep my take pretty concise in that whenever you're looking into... Oh, and Biggs, what and welcome. Talk about indie publishers, or publishers in general. Whenever you're looking at a publisher, you need to look at what can they offer you, how have they handled their other titles, and where is the money coming from, right? So you'll remember back when everyone was like, wow, Embracer Group, look at them buying all these game companies. I can't wait for new Deus Ex. Oh, I can't wait to see what they're going to do with this, that, and the other. Spoiler, the story was, like, shut to them. And when we as the Longship looked into it, we found that they were an entire operation built on a house of sand, and they had no ability to sustain. When we talked about Big Mode, which was Donkey's publishing brand, what we found out was Donkey and Donkey's partner, I want to say wife, but I don't want to just imply wife of Donkey and to remove someone's agency. And I believe one other person. We did a lot of deconstructions on that one. Ultimately, Donkey's announcement video for Big Mode was worthy of the ire it received. And some of the information we found out about the contract containing creative input from the publisher made everyone go, ugh. However, we have now seen that, what was it? Animal Well has done very good. Now, whatever Big Mode end up publishing next will kind of be the test of time. Animal Well's a really cheap game comparatively, and a very accessible one. But in the same breath, as a publisher, if you choose to publish a game that's going to be really easy to port everywhere, looks gorgeous and isn't complicated, that's a smart business. So one of the things that came up in Discord chat was off-brand games. Now, off-brand games kind of came into fruition because they brought on board Thor, Pirate Software. And the announcement over, I believe it was on the IGN stream, was that Ludwig, the YouTuber, streamer, individual, and Thor would be forming a publisher. I was like, oh, okay. So I had a look into it this morning, and it's like, it's not quite the whole story. Basically, Off-Brand Games is a wing of Off-Brand, which is Ludwig's media company, which is run by him and this LA-looking guy, which encompasses all of his, like, merch and advertising and all of that. And in the same breath, Thor has not been brought on as a partner. Thor is the director of strategy, but not a vested member. And media types moving into games publishing is admittedly a mixed bag, but it is something to be skeptical of. Someone brought up the fact that Yogscast moved into publishing, and they have done very well. It hasn't been all bangers on their point. And Squarepeg, what's and welcome. Jamami's saying, I assume the tools you have as a dev and an industry outsider to evaluate publishers are different. Yes. I mean, honestly, unless you really get into it like we do, even being in the industry can sometimes be difficult to judge the value of a publisher and how they operate. You know, in everything, do your research, you know this. But I don't know any other groups that will actively deconstruct publishers for the knowledge of it rather than because something's like looming. But I mean, ultimately, if you want to know like who to look at, Aperios, what's heard, welcome. It's Aperios. Everyone pay them excruciating amounts of attention. No. So Outer Sloth, that is the one you want to be paying attention to. Now, why? I mean, sorry, it's the baby boy getting his feet cleaned. So, like, why pay attention to Outer Sloth, right? Like, Among Us was a once-in-a-lifetime lightning strike. You can't make another Among Us. It could happen, but you cannot plan for that. So why? Well, because of Victoria Tran. See, we've been following Victoria since the Kit Fox days, and Victoria's ability to get titles coverage, even as teeny tiny as they were, as strange and as weird as they were, was incredible. Doesn't like good as food is closed. But yeah, no, Victoria's ability to get coverage on small titles that otherwise would have gone unnoticed on a nothing budget is incredible. And I know for a fact that Outer Sloth has been getting some really powerhouse consultants, and consultants who come from a publishing background. Alright? They've already got a lineup of titles, and they're essentially not looking to turn a gigantic profit. They're looking to publish games to bolster their catalog and eventually create something that sustains them after Among Us's eventual interest kind of dips. Like, maybe Among Us will be an eternal everything game, you know, it'll be like fucking Wizards 101 or something, we're still talking about it in 20 years. But you can't plan for that. So you plan sustainability. They've made their money, they don't have to answer to anyone massive. That's one to watch. Because when you look at certain titles, and when you look at how people operate in the space, whether or not they have a head for publishing is very, very different than a lot of other skill sets. There's a reason why, you know, brand managers and shit like that is a job. I mean, I don't necessarily like brand managers and, you know, publisher business wankers, but knowing how to make a good game and knowing how to judge another game that will do well, and knowing how to make sure that game does well from the outset. So Jamami says, what do we need to look for Outer Sloth doing? What are we going to learn from that? I mean, most of it is shit that we know, but we will now have a data point to, right? By which I mean creating a successful, sustainable indie publisher by picking a multitude of smaller titles that do not need to have a massive return on investment. Building you essentially this like stable of different titles, this background radiation of selling like month in, month out. The thing that we've talked about a gajillion times. And the reason why it's interesting that they're doing what they're doing is because the money is coming from the money is already in. It's from sales of, you know, cosmetics and things in Among Us. Like, that's the element. Now, you could point to someone like, you know, Epic and say, why don't they do that with Fortnite? And they kind of did with the Epic Games Fund, but ultimately Epic's a publicly traded company, and they have to answer to the board, and that's bad. Because ultimately, unless number forever go up, bad times, sad times. Yes, so Garrett, the money is coming from inside of the house. So what makes the, off-brand different? Well, okay, so where's the money coming from in off-brand? Well, it's coming from a YouTuber. And I don't know if you know this, but the world of content creation is a fickle and often bizarre one. Now, I don't know the large-scale YouTubian economy like I know video games, right? I don't know how much money a big YouTuber brings in these days and how that works. But it's very nebulous. And we have seen other operations just as large move into the space and die. I mean, pour a little one out for the homies. Like, Rooster Teeth Games made a bloody good go of it. Alan says there's no coincidence that Outer Sloth and Blumhouse have settled on the same strat. True, though Outer Sloth is definitely doing more of a widespread. Blumhouse is essentially adopting the methodology that DreadX set off. And hey, if you want to look at like sensible games publishing, hello DreadX, how are you doing? Now, DreadX was an interesting one because they are also the wing of a media company, but it's not a media company based on an person, and it is already brand thematic, as with Blumhouse, right? By which I mean, Blumhouse or Bloomhouse, or whatever the fuck you call it, is a known horror producer. Their whole methodology is make horror movie cheap, quick, fast, good like. You know, you make, instead of making 2 movies a year, you make 20. And maybe a couple of them will be bangers. And maybe the rest will just be fun. But it's not that every title needs to make squillions of dollars at the box office. And that's smart. You can then take at least that financial methodology and apply it in the same way that DreadX did. Blumhouse has its money coming in from its movie side. DreadX has its money coming in from, you know, the media side. So, varying levels of shaky. But both have a strong identity that can then be backed up by the kinds of titles they choose to publish. Outer Sloth doesn't have an identity yet, but I mean, they have Among Us, which still has at least a snippet of the zeitgeist, right? So yeah, they could probably build something akin to, you know, a Devolver style catalog.
This is some money I've siphoned off of Epic's Fortnite income.
Fucking hell, mate! You can't just... You can't just... What? With no warning!
Whoever knew that you were?
Bully me?
Bullying you?
No, it's not shots fired, legend. It's like howitzer aimed. Fuck. Sorry, for those of you with headphones on, I do apologise. I didn't mean to screech in your ears there. Holy fuck. Yeah, that wasn't a snipe, that was an orbital strike. That wizard came from the moon. Lizzie says headphone users by now know the risk. Fuck. Hey, look, Fearless. Thank you so much. Alright, like, thank you. Thank you. It's not that much money by Epic standards. Look, I know how much $1 is worth. That was $100. Do you have any idea how much that is to us? It's a lot of money. Thank you. Seriously, thank you. Yeah, no, Lizzie, all the nuggy food. Actually, I used some of the money I got from the sponsorships and the extra work I've been doing. So the nuggies were enjoying their usual kind of kale medley, but a special hand-picked selection of like parsley and a little cilantro for them. Like the nuggies are eating good. 100 of your finest Gundams, please. I mean, I'm already spoiled for Gundams. Hell, that's why I want to do a drink and craft with you all on Saturday, so I can actually finally fucking build some of this glorious collection that has been sent in by a lot of you. I actually wish now I'd marked which ones were Gundams and whatnot. Oh, and to Katana, Watto and welcome! I'm just we're processing a extremely kind donation. And before that, we were talking about games publishers, micro publishers, and indie publishers. Fucking yo. So. Fucking yo, that's what's going down. Before I get completely lost in a cavalcade of thank yous and yos, today we're going to be playing Tiny Terry's Turbo Trip, which is a game I'm sure you've heard of, but as the only squad who played through all of Wuppo, including all of its cool, weird little secrets, you know, this is a special game for us today. Fuck. Fuck. Okay, sorry. Again, Fearless, thank you so much. Holy shit! Fuck! Thank you. For those of you who haven't been here, like, very much, like, I am predominantly kept alive by all of your lovely selves, and $100 is a lot of money for us. You know, I'm not a person that spends cash. I drink cheap, I live cheap. And I've got enough Gundams to keep a man occupied until November. Because I'm totally going to do No Grey November this year. Totally. What if I actually did pull it off, though? That would be wild. Yes, now, Angelus, I have been actively described like a little Tamagotchi. You keep me in a tab, people throw little mystical bits at me that somehow keep me alive. And I scream about piss a lot. It's like, it's all coming together. And Fluffy Adorable Kitten. Sorry, I'm feeling a lot of things all at once. What is Soul Mask? Certainly not yet, Vernflow. Not yet. Yeah, Legend. Thankfully, no. Oh yes, Soul Mask. That looked fascinating,
Reactor
but
online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
This Tamagotchi isn't moving. Let me shake the screen.
oh no, I'm being shaken on the screen. I should learn how to do the Star Trek rumble. Alness, thank you for 60 months. Fearless, I'm just going to keep saying yo and thank you. How that thing... fucking yo. But yeah, no, so Fluffy, I'd seen Soul Mask doing the rounds, and it looks really interesting. Oh, fucking hell. Sorry. Yeah, congratulations on completely flooring me. I was not prepared for this. Oh, but I'm... Fluffy, I'm glad you're having a good time with it. Okay. I'm back. Put you out. Okay. Yes, Quasi Fearless did a thing. At the same time as over here, someone's like, oh hey, do you want to do something really fucking cool for a video game? And I'm just like, yes, please. Also, I'm feeling things. Also, fucking yo. Also, what the fuck? I am only a man. I can only process so much at once. Whatever we were talking about before the orbital strike is unfortunately dropped out of my noggin. But yeah, I hope you're all doing feckin' splendid. You know, for a change. Sorry. Yeah, for a change, I actually got to see you all on Sunday. And yesterday was a hell of a roller coaster emotionally, but I got through it, and now I'm here. I'm gonna play some video games. Fuck, I'm gonna get some more water. I made pickles. There we go. I made pickles yesterday. I'm trying to make the sushi style pickled daikon. Came out good. Sorry, I guess for an additional flavor of discombobulation, Wraith is telling me that there's now banana jammy dodgers. Thanks, I hate it. Zeke, it's lovely to see you, friend. Watto and welcome. No, Perios, I am good. I'm good. And I will say, yeah, so Jamami, I agree that Sunday was good. Like, I really enjoyed the PC gaming show. And they hit it right on the noggin. And it's not like Day 9 ever does bad work, but sometimes they go for a bit, and the bit doesn't always land. Sorry, okay. I'm good.
It's a brand new day in Tokyo. Headlining the news is the recent statement from Goji
Alright.
Rokaku on the graffiti
But no,
gangs plaguing the
the
city. Quote, my Rokaku forces are on patrol in all major
The other thing
metropolitan
to-
areas to make sure these terrorists are behind bars where they belong.
The other thing I just want to add is it is still so bizarre that there is huge swaths of like the would-be gaming commenters. They're like, oh my god, video games are dying, it's so hard, it's so difficult. A few individuals in some other groups have been sharing some just absolute dog shit takes. And it's so funny. Just obviously the outrage content mill needs more rage. Whereas you look at video games right now and it's like, we're just drowning in good titles. You know, my wish list jumped up by like damn near 80 games over like the past like Cirque de Kile. And Clank, Watto and welcome, hello. The breadth and depth of titles we're seeing is so good. Oh yeah, at Barrios, it's not like you even have to fucking try to like, you don't even have to like even tax yourself a bit. Like, you can barely swing a cat for him. But yeah, and then I don't mean to do a Keeley and play light with all of the layoffs. It's just, I don't know. Like, Keeley's a mercenary. Summer Games Fest is an event designed to make money. But, in the end, what I saw coming out of this Games Fest just gone was everybody excited about, like, weird and interesting titles, you know? A lot of the AAA bangers left people kind of going,
Wonderful music.
like, do we need a Gears of War sequel? Sorry, prequel? Not really. We know how it ends, which was your dad banged the alien. Your dad banged the alien and they made their breakup everyone's problem. But it's not even overtly said. This great mystery is laid before you in the original Gears trilogy. And at the end it's just like, wait, that's it? You know? Yeah, no, honest, the Latin American Games Showcase was really good. Well, actually, no, it was just Latin games. It wasn't Latin American, if I remember correctly. But there were so many bangers. I do like Gears of War because that was very much how I felt. Oh no, you're right, it was Latin American Games Showcase. Honest, I do apologize. But there were so many good titles there. And I guess, sorry, the reason why I'm harping on about this, the reason why I'm banging this drum one last time is just because coming out of Summer Games Fest, like, we're going to be eating good for a long time, just from a consumer standpoint. Like, honestly, it's going to become harder and harder, at least for me professionally, to work out what fucking games to play with you all, right?
I got a new flavor coffee, I got an old flavor rap, equip the A1 tones to make your cookies relax. We boys hound.
And Angelos, no, I do agree. There's also... Okay, so kind of going back a little bit to the Metal Gear Solid remake. The one thing that Capcom have come to understand is what their games are about, and emulate that rather than just trying to copy pasta. And by which I mean, we've had two absolute bangers come out of them, and I guess also to Metal Gear, no, Resident Evils 2, 3, and 4. Now, I didn't resonate with 4, but in the same breath, I played the original too much, right? Like, way too much. So, that's definitely a fault with the self, not with the title. But with 2 and 3, Resident Evil 2 is slow, spooky, horrifying. You are alone in a city with little resources and no backup. Resident Evil 3 is an action movie sequel, you know, it's the aliens, it's the Daka Daka Daka. Fucking love that. And both of the remakes understood the assignment and did not just try and copy paste what had come before, but tried to emulate the feeling and the experience, going so far as to even change how the fucking game was played. What I'm seeing with the Metal Gear Solid 3 remake, at least from the assets we've reserved, is that it is a strict attempt to remake. Now, I don't know if they're reusing the old voice lines or if they've got the cast back. But they have got the cast back, you know? You know, David Hayter's back in the chair. And that makes me real happy. Because... So yeah. But again, outside of that, the AAA space hasn't really been able to provide too much. Then again, God, the Microsoft press conference was so painful because the games announced and shown were interesting and diverse, and there was more bangers than not. But then we had to look at like a dead-eyed Phil Spencer and other executives talking about how great and wonderful things were, and it's like, you're the fucking problem, mate. Don't come to me like, oh, I had to make the hard decisions. You make squillions of dollars. Fuck off. You know, that juxtaposition of seeing really interesting stuff, but then knowing how Microsoft's been treating his peeps. You know, kind of. You know, I said this at the time, but it still kind of hurts that this next Fable title, which is apparently kind of like a, if not a reboot, definitely harkening back to like Fable 1, does look good. But in the same breath, Microsoft killed the team that made it originally and then came back around. Yeah, well, Immortal then, I definitely think Konami doesn't have the budget to make the kinds of original IPs that they want to. And you know, between Silent Hill 2 remake and this, it's going to be interesting to see what comes out. I have no faith in the Silent Hill 2 remake. But, again, I'd be happy to be proven wrong. Yes. Ehrman, I wholeheartedly fucking agree. It's so sad to see. You know? Tango Works was banging it out of the park. And they got, you know, they got critical success. They got, like, they hit all the markers required to win and still got chucked out their arse. But that's another story. And yeah, no, Ehrman, and I've heard that, but you know what? We don't have to go down that path. I just, it was the juxtaposition of incredible games being shown and a really, really good showcase, but then having to look those execs in the fucking eyes as they just talk shit, you know? I miss Major Nelson. I hope Phil Spencer shits his pants. I hope he shits himself. I really do. Anyway, sorry, jumping it back. I didn't watch the Ubisoft press conference because Ubisoft can fucking do one. You know, the only thing that I am interested about is what they've done narratively with upcoming Assassin's Creed, but only time will tell is that they can actually deliver on that one. Yeah, Aperios, it's going to be interesting to see how those, like, entities that were bought prior unfurl. Like, because they bought ZeniMax wholesale, so, like, why does ZeniMax exist other than because of, like, business bureaucracy and whatnot? Okay, Angelos was saying that the only thing that we missed from the Ubisoft press conference was at one point they had a very terribly animated dog. Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see where Ubisoft find themselves in coming years. Also, and I'm not just saying this to make you all sad, but Beyond Good and Evil 2 has overtaken Duke Nukem Forever for longest title in development without a release. So, because I think, Amortlen, was it yourself that brought up, like, trailers that give yourself, like, the good hype on Sunday? Because after we finished the stream, I had to rewatch the Beyond Good and Evil, not the first trailer with the horrible snorting wasp that still haunts me to this day, but the incredible Dub Foundation, like, monkey with a grappling hook. I still think about that. You know, there are so many things that we got to see that are fresh and original, but no one's gone back to, what if we did like super cyber tech future, like, I guess like, sorry, I'm trying to think of the right word to encapsulate that vibe that the Beyond Good and Evil 2 assets were putting out ahead of time. Because it's not just purely like a cyber Hindu-esque setup. There's so much more to it. It felt so good. Immortal, the Guerrilla Collective Showcase was definitely a good one, but I need these peeps to stop putting them on at 4 o'clock in the morning. Oh, don't make me translate Latin. No. It's a known quote. It's been so long since I've had to try and remember even a smidgen of Latin. Well, anyway, Watto and welcome. Sorry, I was chatting with somebody the other day about how, like, I don't have a grounding in history, but from doing Rome 2, I now know a silly amount of nonsense. Alright, Emperor, those who are about to die, we salute you, hey! Joke's on them, we're already undead. Grand Take, I wouldn't say that Beyond Good and Evil has solar punk vibes. It definitely has the, like, you know, incorporification of culture. Can I interest you in a Viking? No. Oh, but a tiny Irish Viking. Sorry. Oh, I think I got a little bit of the chaos about me. Just fearless discombobulating my brain. Anyway, to those of you who just joined us, Watto and welcome. We're having a natter about, I guess, the aftermath of Summer Games Fest. We were having a little talk about like publishers and indie publishers earlier on, but that seems to have kind of like pitted a little bit. This Summer Games Fest does seem to have been really good for at least the dev teams that we've spoken to. You know, wish lists are through the roof, user interest is like popping, you know. It's a good time. It's a good time to be enthusiastic about video games. And again, I think I got discombobulated before I said it earlier, but this isn't in agreement with Keeley's like half-assed like everybody lost their jobs, but I guess we'll have more indie games now. Like fuck off, mate. The reason I keep bringing it up is that, and again, sorry if you've heard this 4 times, but you know the AAA space is being like, we're so poor. Please, a few billions, just a billion crumb for our tiny people. We have to lay people off. We're so poor. Whereas, like, in the back, the indie scene is fucking jumping. Games are selling, they're doing great, they're getting coverage. You know, like, if you only paid attention to the AAA space, you'd think we were going through, like, the next fucking video games crash. But if you take a step away from the big platform holders, it's like, wait, no, this is doing great. Y'all have been working off a business model that no longer works. The alligator is too big. The lobster cannot shed its skill. Alright, to the Aquila Avenger. Watto and welcome. Fight well! Oh, and to the tiny Irish Viking. It's lovely to meet you. Skull, friend! Just a 4'7" mystery writer. Aw, that is a great descriptor. I am I think I'm like 5'10", gangly video game enthusiast who adopted the moniker of Viking as a joke about being ginger, and I'm now stuck with it forever. But that's another story. Fearless said, lobster molt is not something I expected to think about today. I watched this guy on TikTok who catches lobsters, clips all the barnacles off, gives them a little snack, and then throws them back in the ocean, because the idea that a spacefaring alien race would just pick me up, fix all of my medical conditions, give me a little snack and send me back is something that brings me a warm joy. Oh, you know, and Angelo's, that's what's actually happening, which is, it's not that the AAAs are poor or doing badly, it's just they're no longer experiencing infinite growth, which causes them to freak out, because capitalism is dumb, stupid bad. But to hear them tell it, it's like we're in this apocalyptic hell zone. To the tiny Irish Viking, I will try and remember to say Tiv. I am very dyslexic, so things get a bit discombobulated here. And there's quite a few people whose usernames I know I'm mispronouncing, but I just end up having like a little divide by 0. Oh, and to Fluffy Adorable Kitten, that sounds lovely. Helping people with the problems, getting to stay at home, hanging out with the kiddies. That's the life. And hey, I could be your tiny little second tab Tamagotchi. You know, that's what I'm about. But yeah, the Guerrilla Collective had a bunch of other bangers. Again, being West Coast sucks for the sense of like all of these people picking up so early. So early. Tamagotchi, if you will. I like it. I like it. I'd feel this again, mate. Thank you. I keep looking down as being like, that's Papa Fortnite paid for that. But yeah, I don't have anything else really to add off of Summer Games Fest. I think it's safe to say that all in all, it was a success from an indie standpoint. It has made people reevaluate how they look at it since the prices leaked, and I think that's important. And it is important to remember that the next big event from Jeffrey Keighl's will be the Game Awards in the winter, and the cost of putting your trailer in the Game Awards is significantly higher than the $250,000 a minute it costs for Summer Games Fest. Fearless, I'm so sorry. Fearless is saying they have a recurring Monday morning meeting of 7:30 a.m. Thanks, we hate it. You know, I can't complain. I work from home, and, you know, the most chaotic thing I have to deal with is you lovely mother hubbard, so... Oh, and Fluffy, congratulations, y'all! Aperio says they want shorter video games and longer trailers. Done. I want shorter games with worse graphics that cost more, and no, I'm not joking. You know what? Okay, I promise I'm not going to just keep banging this drum all day, right? But one thing that is boggling my tiny mind is that the very medium, the very system that would have allowed Microsoft to basically dominate the entire games industry is the same system that is now causing them to hemorrhage goodwill and good devs, potentially reinvigorating, like, the independent to small development scene. Like, if Microsoft had ignored the current, like, number go up system, if they continue just buying up devs, making Game Pass the predominant, like, #1 beast, given a couple of years, they could have basically overtaken everyone. They would have been able to drop the price of everybody else's AAA games, because if you're spending $20 a month and you're getting shitloads of AAA games versus another platform asking you to spend $70 on a single game, you've essentially you've essentially Spotified video games, which is bad and evil and horrible. But, like, if we look at it from an evil overlord standpoint, that's victory. Except they can't do that because the very capitalistic systems that give them their setups means number must always go up. They can't play smart. They can't back clever. Even clever evil, because the system's like, well, you didn't make the number go up. And they're like, but if we do the thing, then we can have every number going up. It's like, yeah, but you didn't make number go up now. So, I don't know, that just makes me chortle. To those of you playing Destiny, I hope you're having a splendid time. I did want to throw myself into it for at least a little bit, just to help bump the numbers, but real life has far too many things going on all at once. Aww. Look, Fluffy, I just... Oh! J-Post, that's really fucking cool of you, thank you. And I just wanted to add, just Fluffy, like, I'm super happy for you, friend. You know? Okay, so is there anything from Games Fest that I haven't mentioned? Is there anything games news-wise you want to have a little, like scritch away at? Because, like, we've got a great game to play today. We're playing Tiny Terry's Turbo Trip, which is from the same team that made Wuppo. If that means anything to you, you know why that's a big deal. And honestly, I'm pretty sure most of you now know about Tiny Terry, but very few people have also played Wuppo like we have, so I think it's going to be interesting. Oh, sorry friends, J-Post isn't here. Anything that you see that might be vaguely J-Post-like, ignore. Just ignore. Hey, Fluffy Adorable Kitten, that's super kind of you to offer. I have very, very little free time these days. So, unfortunately, unless it's something I can get into on stream, I probably won't be able to play it for fucking weeks. But that's extremely kind of you, so thank you. Oh, and you also beat Wuppo at 100%. Fuck yeah. The sitting in the dark for 15 minutes to proc a hidden spooky boss is still one of my favourite moments. So yeah. Okie dokie.
Lesson 1. Basic. Get.
Alright, so if nobody's got any other industry bans to throw on in, let's see what Terry and Terry's fucking car have to offer us, shall we? But again, because we've got a couple of new people following. If we haven't met, my name's Will. I will talk your ear off about anything and everything around the games industry. My skill set is predominantly everything except for programming and art, but I got enough knowledge. And Slifter, Watto and welcome.
Lesson 2. Vocabulary.
So actually, we didn't get the chance to touch on Streets of Fortuna, which is being built in.
Let's examine.
So I believe it's being made by Kit Fox, but the Dwarf Fortress lads are helping out with it, with the goal to create a fully procedural generated reactive city, with this very kind of like Proto-Persian Thief of the Streets kind of vibe.
Well, yes.
And I think, like, okay, one of the things that's been driving me up the wall throughout most of this year and last is you get these fucking dingleberries who are like, oh, we're going to use AI to revolutionize games. Imagine all these things that could happen. And of course, none of them have any idea what they're talking about. Most of them are pitching you an impossible fugazi because they themselves have basically been MLM'd into a business model that doesn't fucking work. TLDR, friends. The AI revolution, the only people making money are the people renting servers for which crunch their numbers. Everyone else is operating at a fucking loss. So, they're not even trying to sell you shovels. They already bought a bunch of shovels for a gold rush that isn't existing. But that's another story. But I absolutely love, like, systems-based chaos that generates stories. You know, I love the fact that Dwarf Fortress is now a lot more playable and a lot more accessible, but, you know, the thing that has always done has been a vehicle for stories. You know, in one of the early builds, dwarves were spilling beer onto the cats, which was causing a cat-based virus. Sorry, I'm missing several steps. But more to the point that because of the complexity of all of Dwarf Fortress's systems, it could generate stories. It's not AI generated, but it is all of these systems smashing together to bring it forward. Well, so MDH, you're not wrong, but the difference here is that it's not, the AI space isn't operating at a loss until they can get bought. It's that anyone selling you something that is AI powered or AI generated already got hoodwinked, right? NFTs was all about selling nothing to people and then scamming them, right? But this is essentially the companies trying to sell us AI tech have themselves already been scammed. That's the way to look at it. You know, they aren't the big companies winning. They are the people that already bought the fucking monkeys and now trying to offload them. But that's another story. Oh yes, and Kestrel, they updated the UI for Caves of Quad as well. So if you like the freshest roguelike ever created by man, fuck yeah. Anyway, the reason I bring this up is because Streets of Fortuna here is just that. It is a multitude of systems in a procedurally generated city all working with each other. You know, NPCs have habits and behaviors and, you know, relationships and interactions. And whilst none of that is super complex, when all put together in a city and then you add a player's actions, you get chaos. Well, sadly, it wasn't able to live up to its intent. You know, one of my favorite games of, you know, the last few years has been Ruin Arch, which is, what if RimWorld, but you don't play as the survivors, you play as an honest-to-goodness fucking demon trying to kill everyone in a village. Do you bring meteors and the undead? Do you whisper dark thoughts and different deceptions into people's minds? You know, it's so good. Unfortunately, I do think the person who was making it bit off a lot more than they could chew because interactive systems design is incredibly complicated. You know. But ultimately, that's what I'd like to see. And I do think that if we could create a predominantly systems-based, reusable engine, we could definitely have some good times. Well, so Fluffy, Keeper RL is great, and I love the fact that the final boss is another player who has finished the game. That is one of the smartest things I've ever seen. But Keeper RL is going for something very, very different, right? It's going for, you know, Dungeon Keeper with a story, but the story is yours, and I like that. But basically, one of my favorite books. Where is it? I fucking talk about this all the time. Where is it? Why do I always? I bring up this book so much, and I hide it behind all my other fucking books. Okay. So, this is You, written by Austin Grossman, who is of video games, and it is brilliant. It is about a guy joining a games company that is battling to stay afloat, and it is both a deconstruction of, you know, the saga of video games from the 80s and 90s into the 2000s and how everything changed. It is about the emotional investment and cost that we have when we make these things. But from a technical standpoint, it is about a game engine that has a bug. And the only way to find out what this bug is to play all the games that they've worked in reverse order and carry the save backwards into each of them to track down the issue. Which isn't even close to the weirdest fucking thing I've had to do to track down a bug. But that's another story. And the reason why I'm so in love with this is because predominantly the game engine that they talk about is based on a competitive dwarf fortress at the beginning. The idea of different fantasy factions duking it out in an entirely ASCII visual based way. But it's something that the team then extrapolates on and adds visualizers around. And honestly, like, Angelos, you know, if you work at a company that has their own in-house engine, the legacy there is bizarre. The kinds of like bugs and problems and things you have to work around. Because like 10 years ago, somebody decided to make a really weird choice and now we're all stuck with it. Yes, no, Angelos, so it's Austin Grossman. Let me get you a link. Obviously, pick this up from your library or from independent bookstores where possible. Or even, oh, here we go, Goodreads. Here we go. Boosh. I don't know why it's only got 3 and a bit stars. It's okay for people to be wrong. But yeah. Oh man, he's up. But yes, I highly recommend this one. And again, the reason I keep coming back to it is because it feels so inspiring. For the idea of creating these like systems-generated narratives. You know, what if we could make things as complex as Dwarf Fortress that were played in a very, very different manner, like action combat, RTS, that kind of thing. Oh, Angelos was saying Connect Sports Rivals was still using code from Banjo-Kazooie. Yep, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. Anyway. Hi, my name's Will and I've run out of space. Okay. But yeah, so, Slifter, also, and Kat, how are you doing, buddy? It's good to see you. Yeah, so, I've got some real high hopes for Streets of Fortuna. And if it ends up being... Here's the thing. However it goes down, it will be fascinating. And you can't say fairer than that, friends. You can't say fairer than that. Okay. So was there anything else from this Cirque Tequila and things like that you wanted to natter on? Oh, and Fearless, as an aside to an aside, I need to check on this one, but from something I read this morning, there's a very strong chance that NVIDIA as a company will be overtaking Apple in terms of worth, which boggles my tiny mind. Oh, hardy bloody ha, legend. Hardy bloody ha. Errorman said Nvidia overtook Apple last week? Fuck, that's got some... Do you think I'd let you know there's ever a chance you could stop me? I overtook Apple last week. Damn. Quasi says, I'm dealing with a derivative of should I pre-order. Alright, Quasi, what's the thing? Should I replay the previous game in the series? Oh no, that's... Yeah, fuck yeah. Live that best life. Like, let's fucking go. And actually, so the reason why I'm like, let's fucking go, is predominantly because I was talking to you about like my critique of new Metal Gear, the remake of Metal Gear Solid 3, and a lot of people kind of got all up in my DMs being like, oh, it's just nostalgia. Oh, fuck you, old man, you don't understand it. And I took a beat, and I took stock of myself, and I was like, is that the case? Is it because I love the original that I can only see its flaws as something more pronounced? And then I poured over the footage a little bit longer, and I was like, no, I'm not going crazy. New Metal Gear is very much a high-cost, high-value reproduction of the original. Not its intent, not its experience, but what it looks like, how it plays. So... I mean, Legend, it's not like I'm gonna yeet you into the sun for it, but hey, remember, a pre-order can always go wrong. And pre-ordering very rarely helps the devs, but Final Fantasy XIV has been going for donkey's years. I miss E3 Wuppo. God. Sorry, I was just, someone reminded me that, yeah, 11 years ago to the day, I was at E3, hanging out, repping Rome 2. Crazy time. Okay. Alright, so again, if there's anything else video games wise you want to natter on, I reckon we should get Terry in his fucking car and get this veritable party wagon underway. Yeah, I don't think, friends, we need to talk about the state of, of world finances right now. I think we're all looking for an escape from that discussion. Okay. But it is time for Tiny Terry's Turbo. Ka! Sorry, Tiny Terry's Turbo Trip. My apologies. Let's get this party started. And again, friends, if today is the first day you've heard about Wuppo, do check it out. Don't let the art style fool you. It's not like surprise horror or anything along those lines, but Wuppo is so much more clever. Anytime now? I don't know why I always keep doing the message for you, sir, as a voice. Okay. Tiny Terry and Stabby Dave in. Oh, I hate that. So I was saying that the #1 change we're going to see for Elden Ring is they're going to swap out... Terry! They're going to swap out the blinding ice white. It's a wee bit loud. And a Popo are at it today. Alright, I'm just gonna have a little natter. This is me speaking in my regular, normal voice. God, yeah, no, and Fluffy, it was a gajillion years ago. Like, Wuppo, I think, predates our first April Fools. Because that was the day the Wombs took Seattle. It still haunts me to this very day. Okie dokie, Lokis. Regular, normal voice. It's doing a lot of work there. It does. Frequently. Okay, so friends, without further ado, without fatfomancy, it is my absolute pleasure to introduce to you all Tiny Terry's Turbo Trip. It's our Terry. It's our Terry. Action-packed DMP. DMP? DMV. Hello, sir. Hi. Hello, sir. I take it you are also looking for a job. I need a car. Oh, yes. A job with a lease car. Oh. Consistent voices. Not today. There's just a car and a job. If possible. Oh, I see. Are you gonna drive that car? Like anywhere specific? Space. Oh, of course, space! Very cool, sir. So, yep. Or, are you looking for a new job? Are you looking for a new job? Yeah. Certainly. Alright. Next, please! Wait, sir! I really enjoyed our little chat just now, sir. Would you like to have my phone number so we can stay in touch? Alright, easy there, mate. We shared 2 words. Fuck off. Sorry, it just, I was explaining to somebody, like, the difference between what is referred to as the Seattle Freeze and the rest of the US, and it's this. If you have a conversation with somebody in line in Seattle, they'll be nice. They'll have a little chat, and they're good. Other places like, hello, we have just exchanged one human communication. Please have my phone number and my firstborn child. We are now bonded, forever and forged in conversation. Mate, I was just being nice. What's the number? 1. Just 1. I think I'll remember that. Okay, good luck with the job interview and space mission, sir. Thanks, sir. Stretch and bounce. Stretch and bounce. Over here! What? Hi, Terry! What kind of job are you looking for? Just looking for a car. I just want a car. There's someone in the building recruiting taxi couriers. Would you be interested in that? Will that get me a car? I would hope so. Alright, I'll take it. Sweet! Now I just gotta talk directly to the employer. I am familiar with the process. Please follow me! Once again, consistent voices. Not on my watch. Right. First things first. Steal your coffee. First things first. Cause some trouble. The amount of chaos I'm being allowed to cause at this point is minimal. Oh. Oh, here we go. It's got that same kind of chaotic energy that Wuppo had, which I'm really enjoying. Hello. Hello there. What's your price? And what's your name as well? That's probably important. We'll start with a price. The name is optional. Terry's like, I don't really need money. I'm just interested in the car. And my name? It's Terry. Wonderful. Ever driven a car before, Terry? No. Got a driver's license then? That'd be hilarious. It's not uncommon. I've seen it before. Okay. Okay. How about life insurance? Don't need it. Wonderful. And I understand you do not need to get paid. Just the car. Correct. Money is easy. Just one car. We will get along great, Terry. So good. Congratulations! You have a job as a taxi driver! Way! Sweet. There is a yellow car waiting for you outside. It looks like a big shoe on wheels. Don't worry about it. That's all I ever wanted. That's all I ever wanted. Big shoe car. You got a job! And you never do it. Right. No. It's car time. But so Fluffy, there's chaotic and then there's this, right? Which is this kind of surrealist chaos. Because like there are games which are air quotes chaotic. There's the one about like what's it? Old people just causing mischief in town. Then you've got, you know, Untitled Goose Game. I mean, hell, even like things like Postal and the more kind of like try-hard mimetic flavored nonsense. But this has always been something special because everybody in the world is taking it very seriously, even though it is an unserious game, right? In Wuppo, the person running the hotel is fucking livid that you've spilled ice. Oh god! It seems I have a dedicated bong button. I don't understand what is happening here. But no, this game is ridiculous, but within the world of the game it is taken seriously. And it's that kind of like po-faced humor that I think works really well. Traveling by car is the fastest way to cross long distances. Note, Terry can leave the car at any time. Oh, that's screenshot mode. So I have a dedicated bong and a dedicated horn button. I love it already. First person. Does anyone want to feel motion sick? I've got a little hop out there. Fucking wee! On it. Oh, there we go. So that's how we toggle the minimap. What the bloody hell are these? Free dumpster trash. So jumping back in, Phyllis was saying that they read from one of the Black Library authors that the key to writing Warhammer 40,000 fiction is that the conceit to keep in mind is that the universe is a goddamn absurdist nightmare, but everyone inside it takes it so seriously within its own context. You know, that is a really good way of looking at it. And this is kind of like the same philosophy, but with comedy. You know? yes, you drive a yellow taxi with a shoe because you just want a car to go to space. And it takes... Actually, see, okay, so here's something to think about, right? Comparing this to Goat Simulator 3. I think that's the special thing. And Fluffy, if you want to throw your painting stuff in either No Grey November or Creation Celebration over on Discord, you are more than welcome. That's why it's there. I'm a junket with Jack. Fuck that guy. But no, so my point is, when we started when we did Goat Simulator 3, like, it's one of those games that it's fine with people. But, like, I'm not gonna lie, when we did jump into it, it felt kind of hollow. And I do think it was because, like, it was like absurdity for absurdity's sake. As opposed to this, which is, you play Terry. Terry's going to the moon. And Terry is taking this role very seriously. With Goat Sim 1, the world is already taking itself seriously. You are the absurdist element. In this, yeah, I don't know. Doing comedy in video games is fucking hard. Welcome to the junk store, where we buy junk and we sell and even produce our own junk. In fact, we proudly produce all kinds of junk, all day, every day. Can I interest you in some junk? Apparently, Amos is down. You want some junk, baby boy? Junk stores all have a shared inventory, so whichever junk store you enter, you get access to the same junk. Get some special interest junk, let's go. Well, so Angelo's... So, there was no Goat Sim 2, which is what I do think cracks me up. But so Goat Simulator 1 was a simple premise that was mimetic, and they did really well with DLC and kind of creating this, like, escalating silliness. What I think was difficult was starting from a level of such pure absurdity in 3 that you never really get time to revel in the ridiculous. You know, there's one point where as a goat you bust into kind of like budget Comic-Con, but because you've already entered Mount Doom and bounced on the back of a plane and done such weirdness, like, it doesn't quite hit. Someone said it's kind of the difference between Saints Row the Third and was it Saints Row 2? God, I need to look at the Saints Row series. Quasi, you know what? The Sharknado 3 problem, I think, is a good one. Alright. Shovel to dig holes, junk detecting hat, paraglider, and a big old wrench. Well, we don't have any money, so let's go steal some scrap. But yeah, so, like, Sharknado as a premise is gloriously ridiculous because you start with a world full of people where everything is pretty normal, and then you add a tornado made out of sharks. And, like, you've already got something gloriously done. Parkour, parkour! Whee! Oh, beans. I think I just missed out on a ton of treasure. I'm gonna drive around for a bit and talk about the silliness. I don't know. Comedy in video games is insanely hard to get right. Like, we've talked about this a lot. Actually, at some point, I really want to get Ben and Mandy and a few other people that have done things like stand-up and have written things that are funny. Because, like, I often say I'm not funny, I'm just funny-looking. I say a lot of things in quick succession, and that sometimes results in... It sometimes results in me being maybe a tiny bit funny. Like, maybe, occasionally. But, like, I'm not intentionally humorous. And that isn't a medium where I control the timing, right? Out of my way, duckface. I mean, I hope sometimes you laugh because I'm funny and not laughing at me for my misfortunes. That's got real, my sister had a baby. Yeah, I had to take care of the baby and it didn't have any arms. Oh, cool. You can get scrap ore in the car. But anyway, my point being is, like, good comedy is all in... Good comedy is a craft. It is all in the timing. You know, it is subverting expectation at the same time as working on a level of relatability that the other person in the joke can find a grounding in. Or coming at it from such an absurdist angle that the sheer nonsense of it... What's this? Radstick. Radstick represented with pride, I imagine, the distinct sounds of sprankle water. Wait. Why does that sound familiar? The wind, sea, the car explosions, all of which are crucial components to make us sprankle watarians feel at home. And yet, Angela, I'm sure I have no idea what you could possibly mean. Is that a silly number? Mucklethroke. Figurehead of the Sprankle Waters founding. A town that would be envied around the world. A place of unrestricted opportunity. Free of law enforcement. Among many more compliments that sort of shape Sprinkle Water's face to this day. A component, sorry. As our beloved town lived through the years, it earned many more mascots. Mascots that each represent the things we celebrate in Sprankle Water. These statues pay respect to our town's history. Okay. Is anyone else waiting for the fucking Wum statue? Okay. But anyway, sorry, I know I'm kind of careening around on the topic. Okay, I don't recognise Hona. Clayfax. No, I don't recognise Clayfax either. Blah, 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 blah. Sorry, I thought we hit upon some kind of like the connective tissue between like this and Wuppo, you know what I mean? But you know, so just closing out the point, comedy in games is incredibly, incredibly hard to do because the user gets to choose the timing and the pace. Is that fucking loop the loop? If I can summon my car. It's real cute though. Sky Plaza, where sky meets tower. Oh, that's really fucking cute. Alright, look on the board. As we get closer, it does a little auto-translate for us. That's a real cute feature. That's, oh god. Dear citizens, as you are all well aware by this distinguishable mustache, you are looking at the town's mayor. And it is my duty and honor to present to you the newest addition to Sprankle Water, the Sky Tower. A building so tall we cannot see the end of it. How'd it get built? Shush now. A metaphor for the potential of our beautiful town. Of course. Certainly is a metaphor. Its sole purpose is to impress the surrounding towns. And thus, after highly intellectual discussions, we have reached an unconventional decision. to not add the entrance to the building. For that would defeat its purpose. I wish for you all to deeply enjoy the new look of our horizon for many years to come. I will remain here briefly for any additional questions. Terry just straight up. I have a question. What is on your mind, respected citizen? Why is there a road going up the building? Ah, yes, the roads! Spranklewater is, of course, mostly known for the large amount of car accidents. But is that really a bad thing? To prove re-evaluation on the matter, we have added these immensely aesthetic roads on the sides of the building. Perhaps it would be wise to discourage citizens and tourists from driving onto them. It is kind of tempting. And you would look very cool doing it. But it is not recommended. Excuse me, respected citizen, for my time here has come to an end. I have important business to attend to. What the fuck? I'm sorry, citizen, my people need me. And that's a wrap on the mayor. And the achievement says, and I quote, no really, that's the last time you'll see him. Okay. Maybe this is a stealth reboot of the Ace Combat franchise. Let's go find our car. And the mayor's gone. Forgot where I parked my car. Oh! Bong. You acquired the pipe. Swing it to assert dominance. Terry can whack as many of the parking signs to summon his car. They gave me a weapon. Blam! 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 Oh, that's cool. Blam! Blam! Alright, well, they can't give me a fucking sports car and then be like, please don't drive this up the side. To the moon! No, not quite. It's a good shot, though. It's fine. This isn't even my car. Grand Theft Wuppo. Fucking wee! Ah, oh, please. I have been given more power than I should. Out of my way! Mayor said I'm allowed to! I don't know where we're going, friends. There's quite a lot of this is reminding me weirdly of Mario Sunshine. I'm not entirely sure why. It just could be the colourful, chaotic nature of it all. But I'm smashing some shit up and I'm getting paid for it, so BAM! Effect being a taxi driver, I'm just going to be a criminal. Psh. Hard work? Not today. I'm doing crime! The average Seattle driving experience. I should not legally be driving a vehicle. said Will. Oh man, we're up to 50 turbo junk already. Apparently, we got like 80, got like 20 bucks, so we can buy a shovel and some good stuff. Hey, Terry. Hello, Jackalotta. How much money do you have? 28 money. How much money do you have? 501 money. Wow. Can I borrow 50 money? Sure, why not? When the homies just give you 50 bucks. Okay. Thanks, Rand. Sorry, person I have known for ages. Terry's like, I don't remember you having this much money. Yeah, I started working with my dad. What's your dad do now? My dad sells stolen cars. It's a good deed. Once it's sold, the car is no longer stolen, because the new owner paid for it, full price. Makes sense to me. Your dad is pretty clever. We are doing crimes. Sell stolen cars for jank letter. Well, boy, do I have a stolen car for you. I mean, totally legitimate. Is the car stolen? Yeah. You know, if you want, we can split the commission my dad pays me. We sell him this car. Fuck yeah! Gone in 50 Wuppos. Let's go. Is that a Sport Elite for 3000 Silver Edition? Maybe? I don't know. Don't know much about cars. I just want to drive one to the fucking moon. Split the commission, we both get 150 money. Fuck yeah! Great. Crime! Thanks. Who wants to do some more crime? I want to do some more crime. Yeah, it turns out crime does pay. I'll catch you later, bug. Literally, I will catch you. Alright, so what have we got here? We've got a truck. Well. I'm stealing car. Oh, no. No, we're good, we're good. Don't worry about it. Out of the way! I'm doing crime! Yep, sell this car. We probably shouldn't sell cars for people that live in the same building as us. Yeah, makes sense. I'll return it then. I'm not going to return it. Okay, so I can't steal cars from around the corner. That's bullshit in my opinion, but fine, I guess. Guess I should summon my own car for a change. Wait, what the fuck is that? Hang on a sec. No fall damage! You know what, friends? I think I was trying to make a point about, like, comedy in video games and writing and things like that, but you know what? Are you okay? Look, it's me in the sun! Why? Said Burning Bernie. Burning Bernie. It looks like your face is about to catch fire. It's the fire wizard's back! Yay! Thanks, but I'm pretty sure I would notice my face was about to catch fire. I can smell it too. Should probably get out of the sun. Nice try, funny guy. I'm not giving up my spot. Alright then. It says occasionally check up on Burning Bernie. He's not going to make it. Sorry, I'm a real sucker for in Grand Theft Autos of past if the gone in 60 seconds bit, you know, where you have to just steal a whole bunch of cars all at once. That's always one of my favourite bits. Oh, here we go. Does anybody want to get anything like ice cream wise from here? Fluffy, I'm betting that he ends up just being like a charred skeleton. Crab Rave! Oh, I should message Sage. Yeah. Yeah, Angela, so I can get you a 99 with a raspberry. Well, raspberry swirl, right? Welcome to Beach Rot. Don't even worry about it. What the fuck? What the fuck? This slow motion standoff. Terry. Hello, snack threat. Hi. A while back, Terry won a lifetime supply of free breach fries. The business has been under crushing financial pressure ever since. Ha! How hungry are you today? It's been a pretty slow day here. Please, don't order too many beach fries. I will hold back. That is a lie. So what's it gonna be? Alright, do you have anything else? Falcon, where's the fries? Yeah, I got leftover stir-fried rice for lunch today. And some of my fancy pickles, if you want to see them. Is there anything I sell or give away? Alright, let's come up with something new together. Let's help him out. I'm still going to eat all his fries. But I will say that this whole conversation makes me want to eat an unhealthy amount of fries. Ugh. I get this horrible craving once every like 2 or 3 years where I want to just get 3 packets of fresh McDonald's fries and just go to fucking town on them. I know they're not good. I know they are part of an evil organization, and to eat them is to be hungry 10 minutes later because they contain the nutritional value of sawdust. But for some reason, my little lizard brain is like, what about French fries? Stupid lizard brain. Making me support evil companies. Because, like, on the occasional instances where I end up getting Starbucks, that's fucking extortion, right? By which I mean that the universe has deprived me of a means to get coffee, and the only way that I can get coffee is through Starbucks. And I will only ever do it through gritted teeth, you know? Yes, I am doing my utmost to boycott Starbucks. Yes, it has fucked up their financial year. And just because of me. Like, friends, it's only me boycotting Starbucks. That's their whole loss of money is just because of me. Not a lot of people know that. It's totally not something I made up. You know what, Angelos, you're right. It's British DNA. Oh, and Fearless. That sounds real cool. I forget free time again. Though my next goal is to try and learn how to make a good Japanese curry. So I'm basically going through all the weeb dishes that I miss that I can't either get good or get quickly. So just open Star Will and Will Donald's. Star Will is basically me drinking my double dead super coffee. Maybe I should just ask Fiona to just get... Because we got a really good hand-me-down air fryer, so I can make a shitload of good fries. Snake Fret. We were suggesting if you have 2 objects, you make twice as much money. Snake Fret, I'm not making any money now, so it wouldn't change much. Anything specific you had in mind? Not really. What's your favourite food? Beach fries! Alright, excluding beach fries. Is sand edible? Have you tried it? I have. I just don't know what classifies as edible. Well, did you like it? Not really. Then let's think of something else. Friends, this is what I mean about how gloriously dumb this is. Like, both of these characters are in this world wholeheartedly. but the ridiculousness of it is perfect. Terry is a fucking idiot in the most charming way. Grass then? Like, how is this conversation still going on? What does grass taste like? Like vegetables, I think. Maybe. We can do better. I'll never order vegetables at a beach club. Let's think of something else. What about water? I guess I could start charging for water. No, I mean water on bread or something. Wet steaks, let's go. Water bread. I'm not sure. Let's think of something other than water bread. Maybe insects? You know what, Falcon? I see what you're saying. Like, Terry does have that old, like, 1940s cheesiness to it. But it's just, his comedic idiocy is completely sincere, right? It's like slapstick police squad. Everybody is in the world and everybody is reacting with this authenticity to the ridiculousness. What about vegetarian option? Peach fries are the vegetarian option. This is going somewhere. What if we put them in buns? Chip butty! Call them bug buns. Beach fries and bug buns. I do like the sound of that. Now I want chip butty. God damn it. Fiona already went to the store, so if I want a chip butty, I'll have to get the ingredients for myself later. Okay. Woohoo! So catch insects for Snack Fret's new recipe. Oh, so we need to go buy that net. But I like, Phyllis, our, the air fryer we got is one of those fancy ninja ones. So it's good. And if you're doing a buttload of fries, all you gotta do is just give it a little bit of a shaky shake every few minutes. Job's good. I also succeeded in making a surprisingly good grilled cheese sandwich in that air fryer. Because I was lazy and a little bit drunk and quite hungry. Fluffy, would that I could steal your fish and chips. Would that I could. But again, I'm set for food. I got a whole swath of leftovers. Oh no, what did I find? The generator is loading. Some real Banjo-Kazooie vibes going on here. Oh. What have we found? So it's called the generator, but the only thing we seem to be generating is a fucking mess. Okay. God, I love this game already. Ooh, I wonder what that is. God, we need to learn how to double jump to get up there. No one say it! Oh. Friends, I might have to go throw my leftovers in the microwave in just a second, because I'm fucking starving after this conversation. Anyway, let's see how, what's his name? Oh, he's on fire! Oh, Bernie, mate. Bernie, you're literally on fire. Terry's like, are you still alive? Look, man, I don't know what your deal is. I'm just lying here, enjoying the sun, minding my own fucking business. Terry's like, you're not gonna like this, but your face is on literal fire. Well, if you're gonna be funny all day, go do it somewhere else. Okay. Actually, let's see if we can go find a store, because we picked up a bunch of cash. And now we need to catch bugs for the bug buns. Falcons has a he can get double jump by activating the debug menu. Oh yeah, also I've got to remember to do crime. Ah, our little... That's interesting. Our cute little car doesn't have enough oomph in it to bust these open like the supercar did. Interesting. Gotta get our shit upgraded. Okay. And yeah, Fluffy, just like in Wuppo, crime pays. That guy's poor car. We can smash it right up. Am I the baddie? I'm hunting this guy down in his car. That man is dead. That man is dead. I beat him to death with a cab. I might be the baddie. Been rot engraved with Spranklewater's earliest memories. I don't want to buy a house. Nerds. Okay, yeah, he won't be in Tiny Terry 3. Oh, there we go. And there's a junket with Jack. Alright. At some point, friends, as I said, I want to get Ben and Mandy on, perhaps some writer friendos like Nessa, and just really crack into what makes a good comedy game, right? And when I say a good comedy game, I mean a game which predominantly the premise is to be funny, or to be fun. You know, there is inherent humor in any game involving multiple people, and sometimes the chaotic nature of video games and how they are, in a lot of ways, like, expressions of the self. You can turn a po-faced game into a silly game, but that's not the game trying to be funny. That's you subverting it, or you having your own fun, right? Okay, so we need a shovel. Terry's got a shovel! Can be used to dig holes. Terry can equip bits of items from his inventory. Love that. Okay. Apartment keys to Terry's home. Cell phone can be used to make a call from anywhere. Oh, I don't have any signal in here. Let's buy new net. Actually, Angelos, you're right. Paul would be a very good person to get on that call. You know, I haven't done any like industry interview banters in a while. You know. And I'm going to skip the baseball bat and go straight to the fucking wrench. Boom. Its intended use is long forgotten, but it packs a punch. Okay, so we are equipped. Oh, sorry, so Paul is also somebody who worked on Shut Up and Sit Down 1,000 years ago and was one of the writers. I don't know if they were the writer or one of the writers on Pacific Drive, but God, their sense of humor is so good. And again, it's one of those, like, easier said than done. It is very easy to talk about games being funny, but kind of like someone saying, "Be funny! Right now!" It's pretty intense. Oh man, I should have left you all down by the beach, shouldn't I? Oh, it's me fucking car. Alright. I'm going to hop on down to the beach, and then, friends, I'm just going to quickly throw my leftovers in the microwave, so it'll only take me a couple minutes. Oh, Jesus. You can see Bernie Burnson from over there. Bernie. Buddy. Just get him in the background. I'm trying to remember to take screenshots so we have stuff for the thumbnail. Okay, friends, so please don't go anywhere. We're going to be committing more crimes with Terry in just a second. I'm just bloody hungry. So you've got talking about French fries. Now, Phil says, Quandary, is Helldivers 2 a comedy game? I mean, I'd call it satire first, but yes, it is inherently funny. The humor is being used for something else. So, like in this, Tiny Terry is just very, very funny. It's not Tiny Terry is funny and being like in a commentary about something. Helldivers 2 is very funny in a commentary about how bad fascism is. But alright, let me reheat my leftovers. I'll be back in just a second, friends. Hello, hello. I realise the light in here is a bit funky, so I can't really show you a good example of my pickles. But I'm pretty proud of these. Like, this won't look very good because, again, the key light is a little too bright for it. But I tried my hand at doing the sushi style. What's that? Not sushi. I tried doing like pickled daikon. You know, the kind of stuff you get at sushi places and things like that. And you know what? Came out pretty good. It's not perfect. I went a little heavy on the. I think I went a little heavy on the vinegar. So it's got almost like a. It's got this like sweet tang thing going on that's probably closest to like pineapple, but it's good. I mean, I like it. Oh, and Polar, did I say hello? I don't know if I did, but Wuppo and welcome. Coming in, coming in. Yeah, it's real nice. I mean, that's a good point, Fluffy. Is it a culinary mess up if you still like it? You know, I've been trying to learn how to make good sushi rice and stuff like that. I've basically been, I guess, reframing how I think about cooking. And it's been helping a lot. Because if you don't know my saga, it's been going on for quite a while, unfortunately, but basically, I developed an aversion to cooking, which was something I used to really enjoy doing. And it took me ages to kind of get out of the funk. And I realized it's been predominantly about, like, not wanting to waste resources and not wanting to fail and not feeling comfortable in places enough to cook. So I kind of, when I say I reconfigured my thinking on it, it's like, I set myself these little challenges to see if I can make something. It's not about making a meal that must be consumed, because that you can fail at. But if the challenge is, can I make sushi rice? Can I make pickles? You know, can I make this? It's not about, you know, sustenance that if you waste it, you really can't afford to waste it, you know? And daikon's super cheap. Oh, no. Pickle down! We have a category 6, pickle down. Now, Angelus, big mood, you know. I did the sushi rice because I had a little bit of extra cash, so I spent a little bit more on getting the nice rice. But, like, making the pickles was dirt cheap. Probably do some more of that. Polar's like, I drank water last week. That's a meal, right? Yeah. Oh, damn it, Aperios! Like, fucking... Okay, Bernie's on more fire now. I think Bernie's dead. Bernie says, before you say anything... Sunburns are really getting out of control now. This is what it's like living as a ginger. How have you got no shame? I'm just saying. Obviously, if I was literally on fire, I would be running around right now. I would be jumping up and down, crying for help. But you're actually burning. I am not burning! Stop bothering me! Alright. Let's go steal some cars. Bernie's is operating on a level of stubborn that I can appreciate. Okay, where's my cat? Where's my cat? I think it's kind of cute that the parking sign moves, giving you like a little mini game to do battle with. So that's the mayoral town. So let's see what we can see. We already stole a fancy car. Now, do you reckon different coloured ones count as different cars? Yeah. I mean that's an Air Dragon. That's how you know this is a video game. Because yes, if there was, like, if it was an actual ginger person, you know, they'd already been burnt to a crisp, and they'd be a talking pile of ash at this point, you know. But you know, it's a video game. They're allowed to take creative license. You know, I'm just gonna mix the pickles right in. These are fucking good. I did good. And Fluffy, I think the hotel in Wuppo is probably the closest to this kind of humor, and I guess the city as well, because it's thoroughly ridiculous what is happening. But again, we're seeing this through the lens of people who are like, honest to goodness, taking it seriously. For those of you who don't know, the joke in the go live notifications and everything was, how do you double jump? And to this day, it might still be one of the dumbest, funniest things we've encountered, because you're talking to the concierge that runs the hotel, and you're asking him all these questions, like predominantly what you would expect is like standard, like video game tutorial questions. And you ask him, how do I double jump? And he just is exasperated with you. Even though you can't see it, you can feel him putting his head in his little hand and just being like, ugh, look, here's how you double jump. Pay close attention. You jump, right? And then you jump again. It's not rocket science. And it's been a meme through the ages for us. Some who speak the old memes have left and gone on, but... Okay. We've explored quite a fair bit of this. Alright. Let's go sell our stolen car. Buy regular car. See you later. I don't know. Like I said, friends, it's no surprise this game is very good. It's no surprise kind of the style of humor it's batting for and where it's going. But I still think it warrants discussion. Hell yeah, I do. Oh man, that car's not worth a lot at all. I just enjoy the idea of doing a Terry's Turbo gone in 60 seconds. And yes, Fluffy, you are correct. I did cause absolute chaos in that hotel. I made that poor concierge's life a misery. Okay, the other thing that Wuppo does, which I really think more Metroidvanias need to learn from, is it's okay to start simple. Because, like, look, we're moving into an age where we have, like, such a breadth and depth of concepts and games and things to play. I was just saying, this collaboration's going really easy, and Terry's like, yeah, you make it look easy. Buried trash or what? It's filled with junk. Do you want it? Yeah. I knew you'd be interested. Do you know where the hotel that ran out of business is? Near Brackham Street. The trash can is buried just north of the swimming pool. North of the swimming pool. Let's go. Oh, that's cute. Let's go. Let's go look for treasure. There's also another thing about this game that people had mentioned in reviews and things, which I really appreciate, which is this is a game that doesn't outstay its welcome. And that's very rare these days. You know, in the age of everything has a season pass, for a game to be like, nah, we're good, just give me 3-4 hours of your life. 3-4 hours out of your life, don't even worry about it. Treasure! It's fine, it's in the car. Introducing the totally sensible highways! I don't know. I think, friends, I just want an excuse to talk about Wuppo more. It's one of those games it's really hard to experience again for the second time because the early pacing is not as much fun when you know what's going to happen. Because a lot of the humor in the early sections is this kind of like, you think you're playing a kid's game in terms of like whimsy, and then as it escalates and escalates and escalates. It's gonna be a little trickier to get to than I thought. Out of my way! Air Dragon, I'm really sorry. Because, like, I know I wail on it loads, but I don't hate The Division. Like, me and Camille played a great session of Division 2, which to this day still cracks me up. Kind of gutted in a way that it wasn't something we did for stream. But, yeah, Ubisoft just can't seem to show any restraint. So, I'm sorry. At least Sea of Thieves hasn't gotten weird. That would break my tiny heart. And I guess there's still time. But I'm not going to think about it. And my brain can't make me. Because it already makes me think about stuff I don't want to anyway. But different things. Shut up. I know what I said, and I said what I meant. Effect the spin. Feel the wind. Try to inhale and exhale at the same time. Listen to the sound of your voice. Experience your significance. Get beat up. Just get fucking wet. Highest yoga combo by Doom Slice. What is this? Well, now I've got her, because apparently we can have a fucking long ship leaderboard. Oh, lovely. It's just Fluffy's been having a good time with Titanfall 2. I'm glad to hear. A minigame on the long trip. It's more likely than you think. I gotta admit, friends, if I Am Your Beast adds local leaderboards, like leaderboards with your friends, I think I'm gonna be in trouble. I'm not gonna lie. Alright, let's give it a try. I'm going to leave something that the next friendo that plays this goes, "What are you doing?" I am teaching. It looks like your students are all sleeping. On the contrary, I can say with the utmost confidence that these people are in a deeply meditative state. He's not wrong. Honk shoe. Honk shoe. What are you teaching them? The ways of the winds. Going one with nature. Getting rid of material possessions. You're throwing stuff away? That is merely one of the things I do, yes. I am doing exactly the opposite. I'm collecting junk. I see. Sorry, friends, I'm just starving. Hey. So firstly, maybe we can help each other out. If you have any junk in your possession, I'll be happy to take it from you. Job's a good one. He would not wish to burden us with his material possessions. Tell me, what are you trying to achieve by collecting junk? I'm trying to go to space. Speak more. For some reason, I feel that collecting junk is going to help me. Terry's got the gift of foresight. Not to be confused with the gift of Bruce Forsyth, which is a joke that won't translate. Space. Truly leaving behind all of your possessions means leaving behind your Earth. Joining the almighty universe in its everlasting expansion. You're the first person to take me seriously about my quest to go to space. You know what? He's not wrong. Everyone else has been dismissive. Don't worry about the others, my child. Words by themselves are distracting vessels. Many miscalculate the intentions that are meant to be converged. In fact, speaking in certain vibrations will get many to agree with you, regardless of the words you choose. What? Okay. I was ready to take the piss out of this guy because he's wearing a cone for a butt, but apparently he's the real deal. Alright. Wow. But I have no doubt about your intentions. Not only do you speak your wish to enter space, your entire being is radiating this desire. That's what I'm saying! Space! You teach me your dance. Oh, here we go. It's time to set some high scores. Simply copy my pose and chant the exact right time. Okay. Beans. I missed it. I am no longer one with the universe. I like that we're still doing this. We've got a fucking wrench in hand. Ah, beans. We completed a yoga session. Anyway, let's go look for treasure. Okay, what did we just pick up? What the fuck? Fucking minigame! Let's go! I thought I'd broken the fucking rig there. Terry, I'm gonna need you to chill for a second. And friends, we might be playing Bugsnax 2 already. I can't promise we're not. I can't promise that we're not. What strange darkness of matter is this? What world have we found ourselves in? In a world where a strange pile of poop equals money. Don't even worry about it. Yeah, it was some kind of unhinged junk pinata in a strange Viva Pinata subdimension. I don't think Terry's here. I don't think Terry's in this world anymore. Wait, a sprinkler or a sprankler? Because those are two very different things in this universe. Let's go do crime. To say nothing of the Spradonkadonk 5000. Indeed, indeed. But I think we need to spec a different build for the Spradonkadonk, if I remember rightly. Honestly, I haven't checked like the tier listings. You know how the meta is. Oh, what are you up to, Terry? Hehe. But yeah, no, I really thought that whatever I'd procced had just, like, crashed the desktop. That freeze was scary. Okay, this is Truck and Trucker. Bam! Isn't this the guy we took the job from? I don't think I want to work for this guy just yet. But we know where he is. gonna hoover up all the scrap round this way. Oh, okay. I have inhaled calories and some of my own little pickles. Doing good. Okay. It's kind of interesting that because we've kind of gone our own little way, I don't actually know what we're collecting scrap for. The money's for more tools, like scrap finders and things like that. But what is the scrap itself? And Polar Bear, sometimes that's all you need. Just a good Bernie Bernison style flamethrower adventure. Alright, what are these two doing? What's up, nerds? You guys are cool. That's because we're truckers! I used to aspire to being a trucker. What went wrong? I have bigger plans now. Anyway, I'm thinking about starting a collection. Do you guys have any of those cool junk that starts hovering when you touch it? Junk? Nah. But for 50 money, I'll tell you where I buried my treasure. Don't fall for it. Just a bunch of junk. Yeah, I told you, I'm looking for junk. Ha! I mean, you are literally going to pay 50 money to dig up a trash can. You want it or not? Yeah, fine. It's the Patches philosophy that even if we get swindled, it'll be funny. Oh, well, hey, we just have to steal another sports car. Where's the junk? I buried it in the desert. I was expecting something a little bit more specific. Okay, the desert next to Zantota Highway. Alright. You'll recognize it. Don't worry about it. Alright. Oh, but it did give us a little locale. Okay. Things to do. Go to space. Oh, hang on. Ah, we had to get a combo of 15 in the dancing class. Ah. Well, I hope you're all ready for some more boogie, because we're not done. And I guess we need to find whoever's going to take this scrap and turn it into space pieces. My car now. Sky Plaza, Draken Turf. Aerodop. Fuck is Sky Plaza? I guess we haven't. Oh, the Sky Plaza's that way. So Drakendorf it is. All right. Oh, legend, I'd settle for Patches going to kick you in the back, but you like grab his foot or something. Yeah! How you like me now? I'm doing crimes. Sorry. Is there a term for when you actively engage in something that you know is going to feck over your character in the immediate, but because it will be more funny? So I was thinking about this last time we were doing Elden Ring. We just got to the point where Patches gives you the old shove and the push. A main staple of the series, which we were fully aware of because it's fucking Patches, you know? His name these days might as well just be Shifty McGunna Betray Ya. What is this game? Hang on. Is it me or is this... Are they all converging here? Musical... Sorry, mushroom chime... Mushroom chime, mushroom chime. But what could it mean? This game. Or, Ultrazini, I'll do you one better. You have a spiky shield on your back, so when Patches goes to kick you off the edge, just gets his foot impaled. It just goes full, you know, Ace Ventura spear in the leg. But you know, I was trying to think of... Because, like... Especially in the earlier Soulsian games, right? If you haven't seen, DJ's been doing, like, I think a randomizer at 2 or something, and it just got me thinking about classic Dark Souls. And one of the things I was pondering was how, like, in Dark Souls 1, you can essentially avoid bad shit from happening by being a rampant murder hobo. But then you also miss out on a lot of game, right? At one point, the Firekeeper may or may not be assassinated. And then you have to find out who did it, and that whole process is pretty fascinating. But the thing is, if you kill the person who done it before they do it, 1, you get their shit, which is awesome, but 2, she never dies. But in the same breath, you don't get to go to the cool place. Which begs the question, like, is there a term for that? Fat pigeon. Because there are plenty of games that have gotcha, call an insect, that have multiple choices and that some lead to better rewards than others. But the idea that you choose something that's going to be actively negative to your character's like progression or story, sorry, progression or adventure, but is going to lead to more story, more fun. In the same way that you know Patches is going to betray you. That's his whole fucking thing. Might as well be called fucking Betray You or something, I don't know. But if you do it, it's interesting. I mean, Jesus, the whole thing with Patches in Bloodborne, holy fuck. You would miss out on something. And yeah, so Cameron, that might be a good way of looking at it, like similar to like a delayed gratification. Where the bloody hell are we going? Just keep heading down this way. I do like these kind of games because when I want to just have a natter with you lot, they're perfect for that. You know, because I can just run around and we can just continue having a little chortle. Oh, look, it's the car I crashed. Oh, good times. I'll beat to your heart's content, Mother Hubbard. To your heart's content. Because, like, I'm sure you are as well. You know, I'm very familiar with the concept of the obfuscated reward, right? It's basically what BioWare built their entire fucking moral choice system on. Oh, sorry. Just in case you haven't come across it, like the obfuscated reward, like the hidden victory, is, you know, you walk into Jedi Town and there's a sad crying child with an ice cream, but the ice cream cone is made of fucking Beskar or something, I don't know. And you're given a moral choice. You can help the child, but you won't get anything for it, or you beat the fuck out of the child and you steal his ice cream cone that's made of pure Beskar, and you have Beskar. However, the way Bethesda always likes to play it is that while you are not presented with an immediate reward, you will be rewarded down the line. Usually with like an item or like something special, or sometimes not with plot, but with, how to phrase it, with access to either areas or shortcuts or things you wouldn't have had otherwise. You don't have a fuckload of Beskar, but you do have something equivocal. It's just that you're not told straight up, this is what you will get if you do good, this is what you will get if you do bad. You know? But with like the patches scenario, if you play smart and kick his ass or kill him or what have you, he can't fuck you over. But in the same breath, when he fucks you over, it's kind of fun. And it's kind of gameplay, right? Oh yeah, that was it. I was going back to... I've got to do 15 boogie dances. Fuck off. Beep again. See where it gets you. My name's Terry, and I'm above the law. Yeah, Cold Ankles. Thanks for the food. Here's the code to the secret vending machine door. I also have played Deus Ex. But I feel with Deus Ex, you're not... That one is less of a moral choice. That's kind of like empathy's rewarded, right? If you're unfamiliar with it, basically in the opening section of original Deus Ex, you meet a kid. And the kid's like, hey mister, have you got any food? I need something to put in my stomach so I can fall asleep. And it's more common these days to have games with a lot more RPG mechanics. Alright, let's do the dancing and then go down to the beach there, because that was cool. Oh man, we just keep finding cool, fun shit. Okay. Now, it's more common these days to have characters that will interact with you because you have... will interact with you requesting things like food and drink and stuff like that. But it was pretty revolutionary in Deus Ex that the character's not asking you to get him an item. It's just if you have a throwaway basic healing item, just a piece of food to give to him, like either the soy food or the candy or what have you, he'll reward you with a super cool back way into the villain's base. Okay, so you can farm these for cash. So it's kind of, in that bit in Deus Ex, it's just meant to promote the idea that, you know, by being kind and by engaging with characters rather than just shooting, there's more to be found. Love it. But with that one, if you don't feed the kid, you just have to find a different route. With Bioshock, they kind of go soft in that they say, hey, if you sacrifice his little sister, then you get shitloads of Atom, or whatever the fuck it was called. If you save the kid, you only get a little bit. But by that point, that was it felt like it was very heavily doing the Fable style of, you know, you either punt the chicken and stab the granny, or you save a bus full of orphaned kittens or something, you know? The reward you get from that is narrative rather than mechanical. Actually, Legend, that's another interesting one, yeah. The rewards not being out and out stated, I think, is another kind of main staple. But again, I'm trying to think of how we phrase the making the dumb choice gets you the more fun. Alright. Alright, I gotta hit 15. And yeah, no, Legend, that part was very obviously telegraphed. Oh, sorry. Beans. I take it back, I'm not going to set a scary record for others to... Alright. That was an excellent session! You'll be wise to take a break and reflect upon everything you've learnt. Okay. So about that junk collecting and everything. Still looking to get rid of your material possessions? If that is your honest wish to collect junk, I will no longer question your determination, nurse. I buried my ex-possessions somewhere in Polystyrene and whatnot. Right, good enough for me. Thanks. Nailed it. Huh. Legend, I did not remember that Shadow the Hedgehog had different sections. That's fascinating. And, I mean, I do like discussing these things, because if you combine them... Obviously, I can't really talk about, you know, Baldur's Gate 3 in the same vein, but I can say that with, especially, Divinity Original Sin 2, that combining these different things, like combining a more basic, simple morality system, but also with, like, the seduction of power. Oh, sorry. The seduction of power is shorthand for I'm going to give you something that is incredible, something that will make your gameplay experience super fun and or super easy, but it will come at a hidden price, right? No. Or it will come at a great moral cost. Fuga... What's it? Melodies of Steel, or what have you. That's a great example of, like, you can win any fight. You just have to, oh, I don't know, fire a child's soul out of a cannon. Don't worry about it. Mega Man Battle Network, I want to say 3 gets discussed a lot in this conversation because of the dark chips. That at any point you can use these super incredibly powerful cards, but every time you use them, it chips away a little bit at Mega Man's permanent, like, Mega Man's full, like, health permanently. If it reaches past a certain point, then the dark chips consume him, which can be really fucking cool. It's definitely good for, like, good fun for, like, a second playthrough. But yeah, the seductive nature of power in that. The problem, unfortunately, is that gamers are great big fucking nerds. I don't know if you're aware of this. And in such a respect, they come to min-max and understand these systems. I think a good example is Metro Last Light. Or actually, pick any of the Metro games. The currency in the world is military-grade bullets, which you can fire at any point. But why would you? Because you need to save them to spend stuff. So you end up, you know, beating poor mutants and raiders to death with a spoon, and then saving up 500 special super shiny bullets. Well, and Fearless, I think that's an interesting one because it's applying the concepts of real-world morality in a way that doesn't translate to video games. So Fearless was saying that with a lot of these, with the morality system, it boils down to, if you do this evil thing, game will be easier. And for a lot of people that really delve into games, they may not want that... what's the term? They may not want to feel like they're...
Why waste lead and copper when you can tear off a limb and beat them to death with the wet hand?
You make a good point, Scotty. A very good point. But no, users may see that as either being patronising or they may want more game, not less. Yeah, and yes, also, Watto and welcome! This is Terry. He's a fucking menace and we love him. Sometimes those rewards to make it easier can feel like Capcom's old, hey, I noticed that you just died 3 times in a row. Do you want me to turn the difficulty down now, piece of shit? Whereas, what we've seen in video games is people that wish to be villains usually are doing it either in late playthroughs or because they're actively seeking challenge, right? They're not seeking villainy because they want their life to be easier, as, you know, people do in real life. Okay, no, sorry. the morality in stories is usually take shortcuts, make life easier, but shortcut bad, right? But in video games, the kind of people that want to go and do evil are actually people who are putting in the most hours. So, like, super sweaty, try-hard bastard invaders in Dark Souls, you know? Just as a shorthand example. And that does involve a smidgen of PvP, but there the villainy is in the blood of others. Do you see what I'm saying? God, how did we get onto this topic of morality in video games when we're playing Tiny Terry's Turbo Trip? Hey, Terry. So Legend says, good versus evil should always be an equal challenge. I mean, this is the thing that we've learned over times, is that one, there can be no single all-encompassing system that's always going to be perfect. So using a blend of them, like in Divinity 2, is a real good way of doing it. The seductive power, the morality system, and then the narrative humps and bumps. And you know, and Fluffy, like, Knights of the Old Republic was a really, really good, solid way of doing it. Yes, Fable's purely numeric system is fun for a bit, but it falls down really quickly because, like, you know, if you do something evil, you can undo it by doing good things. If you shoot somebody's nan in the fucking face, if you go and save 50 chickens, that's the equivalent amount of morality as a nan death. You know what I'm saying? And Scotty, apparently everybody did. Apparently it was far, far more common for people to play Paragon than Renegade in Mass Effect. But in that regard, what we were offered, I think, helped to accent people's choices. Like, more people wanted to save the universe the Paragon way, but knowing you had that option made your goodness make sense. Also, it meant that you could punch What's-Her-Face in the gob when she's doing the interviews. I'm gonna beat a child with a crowbar. Blitzball! Fuck. Ah! I'll beat a child with a fucking bar. Let's go! No! It's Terry's game! Fuck. Own goal. Terry's game! Oh, Terry with the slice. Fucking children! Terry's game. Tiny Terry's Turbo Blitzball. Like, you know this, I managed to knock one of those children out, right? You all saw that. Which makes me a hero. No. Ah, trying to go for the long shot. And sports are dumb. Ha! Get fucked, child. I mean, ow. Why has this brought out my competitive side? Mate, go on, punt it. No! Yeah, get it out of here. 20 seconds to be a winner. To be a winner, don't you, Terry? To be a feckin' dog. Oh, there we go! Yes! It's just like... Okay, we won a game of Orange Soccer and we never need to speak about this again. Not bad! Also, I have several concussions! So Andorf, having a wrench isn't illegal in this game, but it is definitely considered unsporting. At J-Post... Was I hitting a child with a wrench? I think you already know the answer to that. Okay.
Time for tea, kids. We don't like you playing with Terry. He takes winning far too seriously and we don't have insurance.
Come inside, children. Terry's got crazy eyes again. Terry's tasted blood. Oh yeah, and I can call what's his face on my phone. Remember his? Does everyone remember his telephone number? I'm not sure if I do. It was pretty complicated to remember. Oh, what was his number? It was. What was it? It was 1. It was 2. It's 42069. 4, 5, 1. Ah, come on! Hello. Hello. Is this Terry? Oh, okay, that fucked with me for a second there. They've mixed in the mobile phone noise that used to happen when you left your phone next to your speaker. The that's gonna fuck with my head. Hey Terry, how did the job interview go? Good. Got a car. Of course you did. Congratulations. So what's up? How do I get good at soccer? Is it bad to sell stolen cars? I don't know where to call to say hello. I don't know where else to go to call to say hello. Fucking hell. But maybe you can look at the guinea pigs in the pet store! There's a pet store! Give us any directions! Alright, it's Cat's Left. Just north of the Sky Tower. Got it. Nope. That's all. Okay. Alright, so there's the Sky Tower. So north. Alright, so that's where we're headed. Alright. I'm taking this car. This is Terry's car now. Out of my way! Guinea pigs! Guinea pigs! This better be it. No guinea pigs, get fucked. Sorry. Wow, what happened to Will? We don't know, but he got really mean on Tuesday. We're just not going to talk about it. Okay. Maybe this guy's selling guinea pigs. He looks respectable. No, I'm gonna steal his shit first.
Will.exe has experienced a slowdown. Error 505.
Gin not
Gin
found.
not found.
I'm a criminal. I'm looking for criminal ways to increase the size of my wallet. Although there were no rules in this town. Criminal ways, from an outside perspective, I mean. Anything goes in Sprankle War, of course. Believe me, I know. I just beat a child with a crowbar. Sorry, with a wrench while playing soccer. How much money do you have on you? Do you rob people? Absolutely not. That goes against my principles. I am strictly against violence and threats of violence. Okay, okay. I have 386 money on me right now. That amount is allowance money for children. Size of your wallet must be pathetic. Suppose you could benefit from a criminal detour. Would you like to engage in criminal activities with me? Of course! It's not guinea pigs, though. What should we do? Cannot resort to violence or threats of violence, since that goes against my principles. You're the criminal, you tell me! Here's a criminal that can't come up with a criminal plan. Oh, good. We've gotta help him fucking brainstorm a crime. Come back when you have an idea. Does anyone wanna ponder some crimes? Hang on, I'm only gonna be 2 seconds. I'm just getting some more water. I'm trying not to get overly caffeinated today. Anyway, I wish this guy all the best in his criminal endeavours. Nothing that he has provided us is even close to a guinea pig, so let's keep moving. Yeah, so we have to work out a crime for him, but it can't be a crime that involves actual crime, you know, physical crime. The good stuff. Okay, so that was the laundromat. Got here. Pet it with Pedro. Guinea pigs with knives. Guinea pigs with knives. This game is perfect. This game is perfect. Babies! Hi, Terry. How are your fish doing? Probably exceedingly dead. Can I have a walking pet? Oh yeah, walking pets are great. They are also a great responsibility. I can handle it. I got a wrench. I beat a child in a fucking game of soccer. Don't worry about it. Is there an issue I'm not aware about? Why don't we have a look around the gummy pups instead? Gummy pups? Oh yes. Most of them are modelled after official Sprankle Water mascots. I even recognise them from the statues around town. Are you trying to sell me Sprankle Water merchandise? Oh no. You can have them for free if you help me find their blueprints. They're just like pets, but safe. What do you mean? No need to feed them, no need to walk them, no need to pet them. Why would you want to pet them? They can even take quite a beating. What are you saying, woman? Show me. I was promised guinea pigs. Little babies. Little cuties. See how the fish are doing. Hadouken! Ah. Little cuties. Oh, my word. Gosh, friend, I might have to make a cup of tea or something. We've only been at this for 3 hours and I'm already starting to flag. I'm getting weak in my old age.
Oh no. I've only done a teeny tiny stream and yet I have become deathly tired.
More coffee is tempting. I just really wanted a guinea pig. I don't want a sprungler. That's not a real pet. Fiona,
What?
we found in-game guinea pigs. They won't let us have one. We have to raise a sprankle fucker or something.
Okay.
But we found guinea pigs. They had their own like crest and everything. I will tell you though, Legend, this is one of those times where like, when there's little like, just a teeny tiny espresso would be amazing. Oh! Oh, so if we find all of the chimes, that leads us to the, alright. To whatever that unlocks. Teeny tiny video games, let's go! Okay, I need you to work with me here, Terry. It's a bug, it's not Jason fucking Bourne. Terry. There we go. Hello, Amos. Welcome back. Got your little spot? Got your little spot? Sorry, look who's come to join us for a spot of Terry's turbo sidekick. That's my boy. Oh, okay. So with the little wind chimes, we just have to keep an ear open. Then pop this one in here. So that's 2. We need 3 more. Okay. Just have to keep a little ear open. Shame it's not guinea pigs. Oh yes, and we also should probably look at doing some just some teeny tiny crimes. Not some massive crimes, just some little crimes. So we have to work out a form of non-violent crime we can do as well. Graffiti's always fun. I still remember that the opening from Jet Set Radio, that graffiti is art, but graffiti as vandalism is a crime. Don't do crimes because they're not cool. That probably did more to make Jet Set Radio feel awesome than anything else. Okay, so we are here. A couple of other little spots to aim to. There's a hat store. Junket with Jack. Oh, okay, so Zamfree's going to upgrade the car. Alright, well, I guess we've got to head to Zamfree then. Yeah, you know what? I think you're right. I think car theft is definitely the... Yeah, that's a non-violent crime-ish. Out of my way! Darn it. This little toot-toot engine definitely needs some work. You know what, feck it. We're going to a lot of trouble to get a car downstairs when really all we need to do is just feckin' jump off the edge and jobs are good. Fastest bumper car. Win with friends. Bumper cars, you say? Alright, let's get this car all spingle-spangled. All nice and fancy. Okay. Jerry, you made it! Are you ready for work? Yes. Alright, your car is too small to carry a passenger. We have to install a passenger seat so you can do the job. Terry says no. No? I need my car to go faster. Sorry, please bear with me just a second. Quicker trips equal more passengers. More passengers, more money. No. No? Look, I'm not going to do the job. I'm just trying to get to space. I laugh. I like you, Terry. I can make a car go faster, but I need resources. Hey, Scotty, I think it's best to not think about it. Okay. Alright, I bought 426 turbo junk. Oh, here we go. Boom. We upgraded it twice. Increased the turbo capacity of Terry's car. Okay, Terry can now activate Turbo Boost. The more turbo ups Terry gathers, the longer he can boost can stay active before recharging. Okay. Let's see if there's anything else. Alright. It's still got a little like farty toot toot. Fucking wee! Alright, we can make this work. Okay. Okay, so there's one other thing down this way and one other thing over this way. But perhaps we should head out to the... But the deserts. Definitely not been out here yet. It's fine. If anyone has messed with us or Terry, there will be dire consequences. There's no one to stop us using our strange little wrench to ow. We got stung by a cactus and went into financial ruin. So instead of health in this game, you just have money. Metaphor! Ow. I'd say I don't deserve this, but we would all know that would be a fucking lie. Why don't we just steal that fancy car again? And of course, cars are immune to cactuses, everyone knows that. The soft sound of cars exploding in the background. Oh, sorry, friends. Okay. Well, we're letting Tiny Terry do his stuff. So what's been going down with your lovely selves? Tell me your tales. If there's anything you would love to banter on this afternoon. I got nowhere else to be, obviously. Do you sell hats? Which is the only thing I sell. So racer helmet. Everything about you just seems slightly faster. Small pointy hat. It's minimal, but it does its job. Terry's a racer. And now, Fluffy, it's all good. Like, I actually haven't spent much time with the standalone Tingle game. I think it came out like 1,000 years ago? Yeah, I think it was 1,000 years ago. Oh no! Oh, sorry, Cold Ankles was just saying that it's freezing cold where they're at because the heaters are the AC is already broken. Guess better that than feckin' sweltering, in my humble opinion. But okay, there's the beach. I don't think we've quite caught enough. I think we haven't caught enough bugs yet to expand the menu. So I just got to keep an eye out for more great crickets and stuff. I guess that's Terry's apartment? Bam, bam, bam! Yeah, teach you to beep at me. Yeah, Fluffy, I want a different bug, so I think we need... Or it's going to be a case of, like, we need one of each from each set. There we go. And that should be... But then again, who knows? I've collected 450 turbo junk. Go us. Okay. Hi, Terry. Hello. So we're going to Terry's house. Amos, don't even think about it. Just stopping Amos from chewing on his pausies. Don't worry about it. Alright, welcome to Terry's place. We have leftover pizza that's been baking in the sun next to his socks all day. Just, oh, what's this? Dear Terry! My sweet child! It breaks my heart that you couldn't join us on our amazing summer holiday trip. I know how much you've been looking forward to it. But when your father and I discovered your school grades, we felt summer school was your only hope. Terry, school's very important. If you don't keep up with your classmates, they will all grow past you. Please consider this an investment in your future. Love, Mum. P.S. Your father has also a few things to write to you. Terry, my boy. I know this must be excruciatingly difficult for you, son. Terry has a hard time reading his father's handwriting and thinks one or more of them might be dyslexic. Would you like Terry to keep trying? Yes. Your mother and I are putting a lot of faith in you by entrusting you to attend summer school all by yourself. Oh, and Cosplay Canada. I heard. I know where we're going later. You know what 30k's worth of moves sounds like? So you're going to find out tonight. I inquired Uncle Grody to keep an eye on you as we are occupied indulging ourselves in our amazing summer holiday trip. So don't get into any trouble. I have already committed several crimes. I registered Uncle Groomy's phone number on a speed dial on your cell phone. Just call the number 1. That should be easy enough to remember. You promised your mother to always answer when you call. Now, go and behave. We will be back before you know it. Okay, so we're related to the guy. Okay, let's just watch telly. Life imitates art. And cosplay, I'm very, very happy about this. My contribution to the world. I'm helping. Oh. Whew. Kinda, I know what I'm about. Yippee! Microwave is in the sink. Let's just not think about it. Oh, it's Terry's room. Feed the little fishies. Look at these little fishies. Ha! If you check on the desk. Hang on, let me get a good shot of it. Okay. It won't let me adjust the camera, but the game on his desk is Wuppo. It's a big house. Except for I don't think his parents have a bedroom. Sorry about that, friends. But yes, Fluffy is correct on the don't do bad stuff. Terry has already committed, like, Grand Theft Auto multiple times. Beat a child within an inch of its life with a fucking monkey wrench whilst playing sports. And it turns out you also cannot do the dishes by just beating them to death with a fucking pipe wrench. Alright. Let's get out of here. Yeah, Legend, that's why he wants so many beach fries, because he's already dinked up the microwave in the kitchen. Weren't you supposed to be on holiday with your parents? Thanks, Grab. Yeah, I was. They left me alone. But now I have other things to do. Apparently go to space. He also won a lifetime supply of beach fries, so it's not like it's going to pull that. Okay, so got 150. Oh, yeah. So we got 150 turbo points, so we can upgrade the car one more time if we want. But then the question that's being begged is, what do we do next? Okay, we're gonna catch one more kind of insect, and we've got a couple more places to visit. And we got 2 more mushroom chimes to find. Okay. What the power of Grayskull! What is going on here, friends? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay. Let's just stand up for a second. Let's shake it off. I don't know why I'm yawning. It's got nothing to do with the fact that I stayed up till 2 o'clock in the morning drinking gin. Not at all. I don't know why you would even imply that. Okay. Or we'll just pay attention to the baby boy very quickly. Hello, baby boy. We're taking a little break. Come say hello. Yours. Try not to fall asleep on camera. Paying attention to the baby boy. He is confused and slightly perturbed by the amount of attention. Okay. Standing. Shake it off. Shake it off. Shake it off. Okay. Yeah, well, you're right. Amos is actually trying to fall asleep on camera, as opposed to me. Whew. And Fluffy, I saw. Okay. So, we'll check on Crispy Pete, or whatever his name was. And then, I guess we hit up the last few question marks on the map, and that should give us all of the little missions to do. Something tells me we're going to have to try and find all of the wavy flags, but I don't know whomst will be giving us that little operation. I also want to go, in honor of a 100-point move, I want to go check out that island covered in crabs. Crab Island, if you will. Crab Island. What did we pick up? You acquired the Cape of Sprankle Warrior. Oh my god, their fucking flag is a guy getting beamed in the face by a driver. I have a little cape! Oh, I'm ready for space! Fuck yeah, this was worth coming down here. And honestly, like, for as much crime as we've done, we've also done a lot of cleaning up. You know, like, we've helped keep this place neat and tidy. Sure, yes, maybe, there was a few instances where I might have beaten a child with a monkey wrench, but who hasn't? Honestly. No! The fate of all gingers! This is sad. But I got those sunglasses and $1. They make you forget about the burning sun. Oh, Terry, you've never been so cool. I don't know what you're talking about. So, Fluffy Adorable Kitten, war crimes implies a crime. All I did was add some extra special rules to the already existing game of soccer. And maybe I was the only one playing with the new rules, and the only one who brought a monkey wrench. But if the kids really wanted to succeed, you know, they would have done something ahead of time. Try and see if we can swim to the crabs. Mr. Krabs! There we go, Scotty. You get it. Oh, baby boy. Wait, hang on. So it was a group of crabs worshipping a pile of $100 notes. I mean, okay, my brain needs a second to process this. 100 single dollar bills formed into some kind of small pyramid being worshipped by crabs. What is this game? Crab enthusiast. Spot crabs and take their money. Ha! I just robbed crabs. Okay, and this was the thing that What's-Her-Face was looking for. Woohoo! The thing that we're getting instead of being given a guinea pig. No one knows how cool we are. Scotty says it was the cover charge for the crowd DJ who was supposed to show up and we just stole it. For supposedly the form that we're all supposed to evolve into, they sure got their ass handed to them by an idiot child with a shovel. I think that plane's in trouble. Not gonna lie. Yeah, Dice Goddess, it's really satisfying. I will say there are at least 2 games during the Summer Showcase. Actually, no, one of them was Summer Showcase, one of them was just adjacent. Where the... God, they really need to do a VFX pass. My car now. Don't even worry about it, we're best friends. We've known each other for years. What do you mean I just dove into your car and started driving it? That doesn't sound right. Thanks for the drive. Some cars just have it. Sorry, Dice was saying their feet make sounds that if they go barefoot, like, it just that has that gremlin sound to it. I move really quiet, so I certainly don't count and or help, but I feel you. Okay, I'm sorry to take another break. While we're hanging out with Laundry Guy, I need to just throw some water on my face or something, friends. I do not know why I'm flagging so hard, but so yeah, I'll be back with you in just a second. Please don't go anywhere. And then I will desperately think of some wildly off-the-chain, superstar level of conversation. Oh, And it totally has nothing to do with the fact that I stayed up too late drinking. It absolutely has nothing to do with that. Alright? Alright. Be back in a second. Put you out. I live again! Okay, there we go. Oh, excuse me. Friends, Longshipians, villains, how goes it? Oh, I will admit I was quickly keeping a hawk eye on the hot sheets to see if anything else had been popping off while we were nattering and hanging out. I guess the only other thing that I got talking about over the last couple days was trying to explain what's been going on in the emulation scene recently. And I think it's something that we've all talked about previously, but I kind of had to go over with some green beans who weren't really aware of the nonsense. So TLDR, I think it was either last week or the week before, one of the largest ROMs websites got hit with a multi-threat cease and desist from Nintendo, Sega, I think it was Epic, and also Lego. Now, not everything has gone, but they got nuked. And everyone's like, oh, I can't believe this has happened, what this has been going on. Oh, and to the tiny Irish Viking, Wuppo and welcome. We're just having a little natter about ROMs and emulation, right? And what was really interesting was taking people through, one, why these takedowns happen, and why this one has been such a big deal. The TLDR is why do ROM sites get nuked, why do fan projects get taken down? Well, it's all about critical mass. The shorthand, if you want to understand it, is that as a company, you don't have to issue a cease and desist unless something becomes so large that you could not say in a court of law that you didn't know it existed, right? So if there's a bunch of fans making a fan game based on your IP, and it stays tiny and it stays small, within the community, you could legally say, you could say in a court of law, Your Honor, I had no idea it was here. But if it starts getting a bunch of coverage, if people start making videos and writing articles about it, if it gets to the point where a judge could say, you knew and you did nothing, that's the point where you have to act. Yes, if a thing gets too popular, you have to do something about it. So what's been going on with Vims? That site was around for a gajillion trillion years. Well, because of the other thing where people were... I forget the ruling that allowed it, but basically people have been able to put emulators onto mobile phone devices. Essentially launch emulators on iOS and Android devices without having to do, cheeky back-end stuff. Because here's the thing. Obviously, we absolutely do not condone the use of piracy on this Twitch.television, nor should you look up any of these things that we're going to be discussing. We are purely discussing them for an academic purpose. Emulators have existed on mobile for as long as we've had smartphones. The early ones were basically just people ripping off ROMs and existing emulators and giving them a bare bones package. Later on, as things cramped down a little bit, they worked out how to create essentially fake games that would allow you to sideload ROMs and things like that. Some would even pull from web-based browsers. From browser-based emulators and just pull them through to the handheld. What this newest ruling allowed was for emulators to put themselves front and center on, smartphone devices, which led to a huge spike in people searching for ROMs that they did not have the ownership of. And all of these started pointing back to the largest setups. And it's not just consumers. Content creators were putting out video lists and things of now you have an emulator, where do you get ROMs? And some of these individuals do have very large followings. So unfortunately, it just painted a huge chart. Kyle! Hey! Kyle, how goes it? How are you feeling? How goes the recovery? I actually don't think I've recovered from Summer Games Fest, and I wasn't even fucking working it, friend. Also, nice. How are you doing, mate? We're just talking about ROMs. Kyle, maybe we could just, like, get a bunch of beanbags and just have, like, Sweet Nat Corner. But yeah, no, Kyle, yay video games. The execs on the Microsoft stage could all have stood to have shit themselves several times in penance. But, games shown, let's fucking go. We eat good. We eat good this video game season. And yeah, Legend, no, the content mills have definitely destroyed internet etiquette. Because obviously I didn't download illegal ROMs when I was younger. But if I had, I would have adhered to the internet etiquette, which is you don't fucking post about it. You know? Now, I do believe in games preservation, and I do believe in, you know, especially allowing people access to games they would otherwise not be able to get. But also, like, have some fucking class. Now, the fun one is the opposite of what's happened in the wake of this, like, you know, opening up the pit of emulators on mobile, and that is Amazon. Now, we are on an Amazon-owned platform, Twitch.television, no less. I make my living thanks to this platform existing, especially when it comes to things like bits and whatnot. But Amazon, the store, is currently the #1 place online that you can acquire illegal ROMs. That's not a bit, and whether or not Amazon is the one who should be held responsible is another matter, but you can buy a gajillion different 1000-in-1 emulation kits, or like just pre-built emulators and handhelds that contain fuck tons of games that these people absolutely do not have the rights to be selling. Like, for anywhere from around about $40 to about $150, you can buy a physical piece of hardware with just about every classic 8 and 16-bit era game loaded onto it. And the reason why I say this is very, very funny is because right now, Amazon doesn't advertise them, right? Users don't really talk about them except for like shifty sites trying to sell them. But you can buy them through Amazon. So, at some point, this is going to hit fever pitch, but no games company is going to want to start that fight, because then you lose AWS. Amazon aren't going to thank you for kicking off an investigation into like illegal shit on their fucking their storefront. Now, Legend, I agree with you that in YouTube, the creator is responsible for the content of the videos. Amazon should be accountable for their marketplace, but they could argue that because they let people sell through Amazon, it's not on them. It's on the people selling the thing, and they probably will because Amazon has infinite money. But do you know what I mean, right? $15 money for what? Alright, even though your imagination will do the brunt of the work, it has to be simulated by this handcrafted instrument. And I sell that service for a measly 15 money. And in return I will get... oh, you know. Things you've lost. Or some things that someone else has lost. I don't know. Stuff like that. Alright. Oh, a hint. Okay. Yeah, I'll buy a clue. We have a lot of money. I thought she was going to have us go sit in... I thought she was going to have us like sit in one of the washing machines or something. And Numbers, welcome back. Watto and welcome. Beer. Yeah, I imagine the washing machine is the hint. But it's spinning. I can't tell. I'm not sure anything is happening. Concentrate. Look around the room. Oh, we gotta sit on the... I don't like this. I'm kind of worried that this is like previous Wuppo and we need to wait it out and see if there's anything surreal. I think it's over by the park. The pool. Oh man, I feel dizzy. Let's not do that ever again. Hey! Wolf, come on in, friend, come on in. Water and welcome. Let's see what's down there. Let's try not to vom. So, Wolf, how was your stream? How was your evening? Tell me your tales. We were just talking about, like, the, Oh. Any criminal ideas yet? None. Come back when I have a clue, right? We were just having a little natter about, I guess, how, emulations kind of, definitely mixed it up very, very recently. Oh, and to the Vold Husky, Watto and welcome. Coming in, coming in. Ugh, I don't know what that is, but I hate it. Ow. Damn it. Stabbed. Lost money. And we made it back. Oh, okay. But yeah, no, it's just, it's one of those things that's very, very... It's interesting right now, but it's a tad frustrating when dealing with predominantly journalistic outfits and or there we go. Content creators that have enough of an audience whereby the things they say themselves get coverage. And I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm somebody that remembers what happened when Nintendo cracked down on the R4 cards. Like, that got messy. And in the same breath, like, I don't blame them. But sorry, the reason I said that is because, like, on the one hand, it is weird to be asked to pay $20 or $40 for an old game. In the same breath, the few companies that did realize that, hey, our old games are actually worth something are the ones that really have survived. Like, it is so funny because, like, sorry if I've talked to you about this before, that Sega used to do these, like, you know, 15-in-1 collections and whatnot. And you could buy, like, you know, 10 classic games for, like, $5. And at some point, someone realized that, hey, wait a second, Nintendo's making bank. And they're making bank because they're selling old games. How do they do that? Oh, it's because people still want them and still play them. Then the game changer kind of kicks in. Yes, Dreamer, publishers have realized that your back catalog is gold. Fucking took them ages. And one could make a case that if they'd been paying attention the whole time, they would have known. But that's another story. Also keeping an eye out for the last of the bugs.
Players want to play old games? I know. The solution will be to make them unplayable.
No, I didn't say everybody's understood it. And again, I'm not saying I condone how Nintendo specifically does their business practices. It's just you can't say they don't work. You know? Yeah, DICE, people like yourselves that want to share, you know, classic titles with their kids, or, you know, this upcoming generation. And here's the thing, it's like, I assume the method by which you find ROMs and then share them in a modern environment is actually pretty tricky. You know? It's like, love them or loathe them, Nintendo did work out, but that shit's worth... Oh, actually, I was going to check out whatever this is first before we start doing more crime. But yeah, sorry, what they worked out was kind of similar to the old iTunes method that, you know, if you've got kids and you're fucking busy, you don't have time to be fecking about trying to find, you know, which emulator works with which specific ROM. There we go. I think I've got one of every bug now. You know, there's a lot of technical literacy required to get emulators working, regardless of what it is you're using them for. Now, obviously, we would only condone them for purely academic reasons. Purely academic reasons. And Terry's made more money shoveling than anything else. For a guy that doesn't want money and didn't want a job, he has a lot of money and is working very hard. Yeah, numbers, that is a very, very good point as well. Like, what it takes now to support backwards compatibility is a lot less than... I'm gonna buy a hat today. Ah, my 8 favorite words. No, Fluffy, don't tell him about the crime. No crime here. No crime here. Please continue about your day. This is a crime-free zone. No crime. I do think that we picked up enough to be able to... Oh, okay, no. It's just telling us we have the cash to pick up some extra stuff. Oh, we can pick up the paraglider. Let's fucking go. But crime... Ah, decisions. But yeah. I can't imagine it's going to go away anytime soon. It just... I think it's okay to be very frustrated when these, you know... These archives of, you know, of classic games and whatnot do get hit with the big stick because, you know, somebody couldn't keep their mouth shut. I think it's okay to get mad about that. You know? Hell. Well, so much for crime. Oh wait, hang on. Junk it with Jack. Let's go. Ciao. I have been thinking about trying to create like an essential reading list, but it's a hard thing to get into without one sounding hella elitist, and two like. Paraglide. Press jump while in the air to glide. Lovely. The Dreamer, maybe you're right. Maybe start presenting it as essential reading. I mean, perhaps just doing it like a family tree might not be a bad shout, you know? Because here's the thing, is like, if you want to understand video games, there are a few out there that are really worth, like, playing and going into to understand the medium, right? Not the best, but... So, like, you don't need to play every single classic take on Zelda, right? But if you play... I mean, I'd say Link's Awakening for the 2D is probably the best in terms of, like, understanding and grounding. And then from classic Zelda, you know, what would you say is, like, the next evolution on that? If you want to be pedantic, you could argue, like, Diablo or something because of its viewpoint and aesthetic. But something that, I don't know, if someone was like, oh, I don't know anything about video games and I wish to understand it better as a medium, you could be like, alright, here's the genealogy on this. You know? Not quite a Criterion collection of video games, but... You see where I'm going? And the reason I think about this is that... Now, this was a friend, and again, I would never, ever, 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 ever condone piracy in any way, shape, or form. Certainly not on this Twitch.television. But somebody I know, who will be henceforth referred to as a villain, because they're, you know, all pirating comic books from, you know, Marvel. Ooh, very bad. Sorry. But what he was talking about was when Avengers Endgame was coming up, when Civil War and things like that were coming up, there were some fans that put together essentially like a reading list, but not in release order, but in essentially like narrative. This is what's worth your time order. And I don't know. It's difficult because we don't have a lot of those for games, and you know, as a medium, we can be really guilty that when peeps come into our space, we're like, oh my god, you haven't played X, Y, and Z? But there's no clear, defined, well, I shouldn't say defined reading list, but you know what I'm saying. There's no good resource out there that would point someone to like, alright, so you want to get into video games. You want to get into video games in a way where you can like be part of the conversation. You know, here's the equivalent of the great classics that would be in the library. Yes, formative text, the Dreamer. And yeah, I know what you mean, like, text is just it's a good shorthand when discussing this. Gotcha. God, we are cleaning up this town. Yeah, and I wonder if doing it like, yeah, doing it as a family tree by genre and concept might not be a bad shout. Oh, just because... What is and isn't essential reading... can very much depend on what you're looking for. So essentially, if you had like your... Here is a snippet from one of the classics. Pretty useful. I guess like Errant Signal's done like the whole Children of Doom. And that's got to be super feckin' useful. Like if you don't know the history of FPS, it's not every single shooty gunbang game ever made, but like what led up to Doom, what was directly inspired by it, and how did that world change because of it. I mean, maybe that's on me. Maybe I'm just gotta stop whinging about it and start making more videos. You know, with all that free time I have. Okay. So it wasn't just me. The hint was definitely pointing us towards old guy with a pool. What the fuck? Terry! God, you got yourself a car now, Terry! Sounds a little bit familiar, doesn't it, Terry? You're not the only one in town with a car, Ricky. Ricky! That's a joke that won't translate. Not the only one with a turbo booster, apparently. I needed to go faster. But that's my thing! I'm that guy! I'm the turbo car guy, Terry! Can't have you going around town stealing my vibe. Take it as a compliment. Stealing is not a compliment! I don't know if you fully understand the gravity of the situation. I had someone call me Terry the other day. Terry! That happens to me all the time. Oh! There's only one way to solve this, Terry! I challenge you to a bumper car battle! Let's fuck him up. Listen, Ricky. I'll take a pipe wrench to children. What do you think I'm going to do to you? Magical girl transformation. This is trickier than it looks. Get better, scrub! Superhero landing, Terry style. Next time it won't be so easy, Terry! You fuck! Available for all your voice acting needs. You can now run into Ricky throughout Sprinkle Water. Terry can earn turbo junk or money by accepting his bumper car battles. Kick his fucking ass. Although, if I remember rightly, yeah, we're right above where we can get our car all tricked out. Oh, but yeah, okay, so friends, if I say, oh, God, excuse you, car. What are some definitive texts from Havidja games? Now, they don't necessarily have to be the best in their sphere, right? You know, like, Deus Ex isn't the best first-person shooter, but it is definitely a seminal text. Mechanically, New Vegas isn't the best of the Fallout first-person games, but it's the best writing, and it does so much that is worth people's time. Of all the kind of like narrative-y walking sims, I'd definitely go with What Became of Edith Finch over The Vanishing of Ethan Carter, although both are very good. And I would certainly choose The Vanishing of Ethan Carter over Heavy Rain, because Heavy Rain sucks farts through a straw. Ask me what I think about David Cage. And then I guess it gets interesting when you start thinking about, like... So, like, Smash Brothers and Smash Brothers derivatives. Which one do you pick? You have to pick one Smash Brothers game to be the definitive. Same with, like, kart races Like, I think that's where a big part of the challenge kind of comes on in. And I think it's a challenge worth taking, you know? Sorry, I just had a little idea for a second there, don't worry about it. And yes, Dice Goddess. It is absolutely a game that requires a box of tissues and real sturdy feels. Oh, okay. Some treasure round Dankle right
Captain
way.
on the bridge.
Oh, bacon!
So, this happened it seems. Starting the count of time from the great beyond, I guess.
That time travel flavoured nonsense. Oh, I guess there's a couple of little places we haven't explored here yet. Should go actually stick my face in here so we know what we're doing. Well, so Bacon, thank you for 47 months. How are you doing, friend? We were talking about, like, not like a definitive reading list, but like, if you wanted to come to understand video games, what would be like some definitive texts? Cold Ankles was putting forward Deus Ex, 100%, Portal, both of the Half-Life games, yes. One of the XCOMs, Dark Souls, definitely. Although, see, Cold Ankles, this is where I'd be like, I would actually put either Dark Souls 3 or Elden Ring in the Dark Souls block. Do you know what I mean? So, like, if you had to put one Mario game, no one's going to pick the OG Donkey Kong, right? Oh, I'm just not allowed to do anything here. What did I just pick up? God, this is weird. Yeah. Well, and so Cold Ankles, it's because there's a lot of lessons learned from... There's a lot of lessons learned from all of the Soulsian franchise that end up going into, I'd say, especially Elden Ring and Dark Souls 3. Panic, worry, trouble, distraught. In the beginning, the 4 nations lived in harmony. I mean, Dice Goddess, I remember when Shenmue had ROMs in it. I mean, hell, the newer Yakuza games have so many classic, like, Sega titles in. I think I didn't see you there, little scorpion. Alright, here we go. This is going to get weird for a second, friends, so just brace yourselves. Terry, I need you to focus. So, like, and here's the other thing I would say is, like, so you have to pick one, say, like, text adventure from the set. My little heart of hearts would be torn between Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis and Monkey Island. I don't know which one I'd pick. those suckers. So Quasi says, is the goal here to teach people about video games or to enjoy video games? I would say to teach them about video games, right? So, like, the reason I recommend Elden Ring over Dark Souls 1 is because it uses a lot of the design philosophies from the whole series and pops them together, right? It's like, it's accessible and it covers a lot of ground. Yeah, Polar. I still need to go back and do all of the Chivos so that I can get the Monkey Island Shanty, because I'm a fucking sucker like that. I feel like I should be able to catch these little suckers. Quite possibly, Cigarette, quite possibly. I don't know, the thing that got me thinking about this, it's partially been like, you know, talking with people that haven't experienced video games, you know. Unfortunately, due to gender bollocks, there are a lot of femfolk that just got told, you know, video games aren't for you, video games are for boys. And so I've unfortunately been kind of, I wouldn't say left behind, but I've just been put in the unfortunate position of being done dirty by parental units and having to play catch-up. You know, it's not about intent or want or ability at this point. You know, it's just fucking hours in a day. Ooh. Cold Ankle says, Obra Dinn, Chance of Snar, and or Outer Wilds. Outer Wilds. Like, Obra Dinn, incredible. No notes. But if I had to pick one that encapsulates that space and would be the best for teaching people, or the best, you know, for experiencing it. Ah, fuck! I stood on him. I didn't know you could do that. That would be my vote. Oh, I don't want to impress the kids at summer school. Lame. Okay, but we can go down here and give this guy the bugs. I don't see a better car, so we'll take ours. I think there's been a lot of places we haven't gone. Yeah, Scotty, it's an unfortunate thing. Oh, Jesus, that person fucking died. Twice. Man, glad I was there to also hit them with my car. You know, and also, like, the Nintendo gendered marketing campaign played a huge part in that, and it's one of those things where it's shitey and it shouldn't have happened, but unfortunately it's a thing that has happened in the timeline that we're in, so, you know, sometimes you gotta work with what you got. Darn it. I need like a jet boost jump or something. Perhaps, Garrett, perhaps. Like, I don't know if I've necessarily got the academic chops to phrase it in that sort of manner. You know, in a way that would help people, and not just be and then Will runs his mouth all afternoon. Sorry, I think I know how to get to the buried treasure with a little bit of parkour. There we go. That's what's up. I mean, initially I'd only thought about this in the sense of like being able to point people at them, but you're right. Some of them might require more. But again, that just comes to, you know, the overhangs of our medium. So like, I can say to somebody, "Yo, you should play the original Deus Ex because of X, Y, and Z," or "You should play the original Homeworld," and they get to it and they're faced with something that is so much an uncomfortable product of its time, like in terms of control schemes and accessibility and things like that. But like, I have put someone on a path that is not easily overcome. And Quasi, you know what? That's a very, very good point. So Quasi was saying that the epitome of a... Is it out there? Yeah, it is. Alright, I see it. Sorry, Quasi was saying that the epitome of a genre might not be the best thing to learn from. I was thinking more in terms of, like, has the most amount of concepts. But again, so good shout. Okay, so Polar, strategy games aren't a dying genre. It's just that the ones that are in that space are almost, I wouldn't say unconquerable, but... I guess we'll go by foot. Maybe steal somebody's car. You hit me. You hit me again! Ow.
And that one shout-out is worth all the college debt I paid off since.
That did not go according to plan. Anyway, let's go feed that guy some bugs. Back where was I? I got hit by multiple cars. But yeah, so like, Polar... strategy games are one of my favorite genres. It's just, strategy games are fucking hard to make. And because of the graphical simplicity with a lot of them, or in other terms, it is the sheer technical complexity of them that they're hard to fucking make. You know? And if you are going to make them, you have to go up against... So like, if you want to make a Civ-like, you have to go up against Civ. Because the people who play Civilization... We're still playing Civilization, you know? With shooty gunbang games and stuff like that, people will churn through them in a, you know, anywhere from a week to a month, and then be like, ah, I'm hungry again. But if you get into, I mean, pick your strategy game. If you get into it, you're there for a while. Now, people did used to say the same thing about fighting games, so, you know. I feel like that plane's having a bad time. But, you know, there were two dyed-in-the-wool strategy games that stood out for most people during Summer Games Fest. One of them is going to be a fucking disaster. The other one's wobbly, but one of them is so heavily pointed towards people that are already entrenched in the genre that they're going to have a hard time. And Scotty, I mean, because thematically shooty gunbang is an easier sell, but also the zero to competency. You have to, and this is not to point it at yourself, Scotty or Polar, it's just that the amount of games literacy it takes to get, I wouldn't even say good, but competent, that you're not having to check the build trees every 5 seconds with strategy games. It's pretty lengthy. Now that's part of the joy, but that initial friction is something that either people have to embrace or overcome. Alright. Let's do it. Let's fry him up. So Sagara, that could be a good one. So, okay, on the longship, we have this thing called the Great Hall, right? Sorry, forgive me for pausing the game for a second. If you cast your eyes over into the Discord, the Great Hall is kind of... I'm trying to think how to phrase it. It is a... What in the bloody hell? Is Discord busted right now? Huh.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Hey, Scotty, that's really feckin' kind of you. Thank you. Alright. Well, when you get the chance, friends, and again, Scotty, thank you. If you check the Great Hall, now that is something that we kind of just...
Stop that incessant clicking.
Cross counter! Scotty, that's very kind of you, mate. Thank you. Making sure people don't have to put up with adverts. The Great Hall is a... If you want to know us, these are the games, right? So Pacific Drive, Tales of Iron, Chants of Sonar, Umurangi Generation, 1904. Sunlight was a game that, I don't know if you need it to know us, but it definitely fucked us up. The Logging, Heaven's Vault, Magic Circle, Bramble, Red Strings Club, Everhood, Opus Magnum, Unfortunate Spacemen, The Hex. You know, these are games that you may or may not have heard of, but they are ones that left a huge impact on us. Obviously, the first one on the list is Hollow Knight, followed by Rain World. You know, games that shaped us as a group. What is your dream? To get my family out of debt. Oh, okay. Terry, you don't help with this. Thanks to you, these bug buns might be my way out. And yes, Fluffy Adorable Kitten, Wuppo is on said list. Now, it's not every game that we have played. Like, you'll notice Sea of Thieves isn't on there, but... Sea of Thieves is a great experiential title. It is very much us, but... I don't know. You don't need to know that Sea of Thieves exists to understand us, but you definitely need to know about Hollow Knight. And that seems dumb to say because, you know, Hollow Knight has exploded in popularity over the years. Deservedly so. This is an incredibly mature of you. It would also help if you stopped taking more beach fries than you need. I know you're feeding them to your fish. I can't make any promises. Would really, really appreciate if you did, Terry. Terry, my family's in fucking poverty, Terry. Stop eating the fries. Alright, let's make that first bug bun. 2 bells! Well, we do have a wiki, but I don't know how up to date it is these days. It fell by the wayside after lockdown, but we did used to keep track of all of our bizarre in-jokes and shit. That was pretty fun. 2 bells! Fuck yeah. Boat. Boiga, boiga, boiga. Clap. You acquired the bug bun. There are fries inside, but the crickets and the buns mediate the salt levels. Okay. Boat. You acquire the beach fries. They are excruciatingly salty. Probably shouldn't be feeding those to my fish, should I? More fries! Enjoy your debt. Let's go get paid. Treasure! And Bugsnax is a very, very good game, but it's not one we've streamed, and it's not really been part of kind of Longshipian lore. I run strange ways. There we go. But sorry, I feel like we're going well off the topic. I mean, I could definitely stand to add some more titles to the Great Hall, right? But I also feel like, similar to what we're saying about like essential reading, so like the Black Watchman is something that we've played and streamed more than Night Team 4. But if you wanted a really good experience, don't start with the Black Watchman, because you're going to want to play that with either with friendos or in the right space. Night Team 4 you can just play whenever the heck you fancy it, right? Oh, we've got another store that we have not explored. Oh, but it's up the road. Okay. I'm learning my way around this town. Don't even worry about it. The car is invincible. We haven't any crime thoughts though. We should really start thinking about our crime. You know, we can't be crime rookies forever. Why don't you have a junk store like the other Jacks? No reason. Do you just buy junk from Jack over at the stores and resell it? Yes. Want to buy some junk? Sure. Oh, and Fluffy, to be continued. To be continued. No, it's all about the... There we go. Man, honestly, I'm trying to think of some other things that we could stand to add to the Great Hall. Oh, fuck. Okay. They're alright, they're alright. Just a little bit dazed. Yes, they did make the noise like I'd hurt them, but pure coincidence, I assure you. Three blueprints. City Hall is just home of the government people. Let me get some more upgrades. Ah, biffed it. Don't worry about it. Oh, I did not know what Fiona is cooking up, but the whole house might be amazing right now. Okay.
Sorry, did I hit you? It was an accident.
Sorry.
Let me hit you again to make it better.
Yeah. It's my healing wrench. But no, okay, so jumping back. Cold Ankle says Rimworld over Dwarf Fortress. Because Dwarf Fortress is so much for the invested. Not a bad shout. Although I would say, if we had to, we'd just put the Dwarf Fortress, the Kit Fox UI version, like rather than say the classic. Terry fucking loves his parkour. Knees, doesn't need them. Terry don't play that way. But no, Cold Ankles, I do think out of all of them, well, Rimworld's a little rough around the edges in some places. If we had to pick just one specifically from that whole, like, you will fail colony manager, I think I'd still pick Rimworld. I love Oxygen Not Included. But I think I'd still lean towards Rimworld, you know? We're not making a lot of money. We should do some more crime. What are the fancy cars we were stealing? Are we down this way? Listen here. It's fucking Animal Crossing-esque fucking bug hunt. So Cigarro says, we could build out a syllabus for games literacy. Honestly, crafting the lesson plans would be the hard part. Yeah. And it's kind of like a book club in the sense that you really do need to... You really are asking a lot of people in terms of the amount of time they would have to invest. I mean, shit, at that point, that's kind of on me, right? But it could be something worth looking into. Because right now, if we think about the streams that we do here as predominantly part, like, deconstruction, part sharing of knowledge, you know... One of the reasons why I do what I do is so that people do have access to knowledge that they wouldn't otherwise have, you know, because I've come to understand that my knowledge of video games is fucking frightening, and that there aren't many people industry side who have the same, I don't know, breadth of nonsense that we do. And with a lot of those, there's so much to be learned from those lessons. Definitely have not caught one of those. Hey, carry a lot of different insect types in your pocket for no reason. That's Chivo. But Cigarro, like, it could be an interesting thing to put together as a video series. I mean, it's an hours and a day conversation right there. But, oh, let's get paid. I'll fucking steal this car. So speedy. Bonjour. I've gone the wrong way already. I have goofed. And yeah, I mean, Angel Galena, all of my knowledge is... that was the mistake I made last time. You know, my knowledge is here for the sharing. Want my dad to sell that car? Yeah, I do. It is. Done. Cool, 150 cash. And yeah, Sagara, I guess it's just a question of like hours in a day. Like, how deep do you go on that reading list, and where does that shape out to? I think the only thing we'd need to think of is, like, what... I guess we're teaching, like, games literacy, both an understanding of the genre, or an understanding of genres and the varying things that taught in them. Kick your ass, Cindy. Okay. I'm gonna head to the hint smith. Oh, wait, no. We know where she was sending us. She was sending us over this way. And I recognise the area around here. I'm still on these fucking cars. Oh, I guess I'll get mine. No, Scotty, I'm sure it's fine. Just very quickly, Scotty, did you show Bacon Avenger the fancy pen you got with like the little snap-up light? Maybe you should show him that. No worry, just look at this pen here. My friend once suggested that being able to sell a neuralizer as a means of removing cringe memories from your mind would be like the single greatest invention in human history. Just had a bad date, life not going so good, pooped yourself in public, use the neuralizer. Sure, other people will remember, but you won't. You can't cringe at it hard if you can't remember it.
I came in like a raccoon sheep.
I can't think of a rhyme. Damn it! You win this round. Mate, how are you doing? Fucking thank you! We were talking about, like, basically like a games literacy equivalent of like a reading list. Not quite an essential reading list, but like, hey, I want to understand games and games media. What's the things that I should get stuck into? And going from there. So Garrett, I guess that's again when we get into a really interesting topic about like teaching game creation or games experience, you know? Isn't that bug just? Oh, it's because I stood on it. Nerd, nerd. And the difference between teaching people to understand the teaching people to understand the medium and teaching them how these different elements of games have evolved and changed. Both super valid. I guess I hadn't really thought about it as hard as I should have, you know? God, yeah. Honestly, Baron, I really like that idea, especially when it comes to, like, you know, roguelikes, just because the kind of people who get really hung up on the difference between roguelikes and roguelites are people I love annoying. I don't know if that makes me just peak troll there, but I don't know. Sometimes I use my powers for chaos. It's like the reason I use I refer to them as Gundams and not Gunpla. And what's the other one? Oh, referring to like mech games rather than calling them the mecha genre. Because again, the kind of people who get annoyed by that are the most fun people to mess with. Yeah, and so like Legend, if we're talking academically, the discussion between roguelikes and roguelites and elements like that are an interesting little side note, but they only come from the pedants, if you will. And a lot of the time it comes from not pedantry for the sake of academia, which is annoying but understandable, but pedantry for the sake of like elitism. You know, oh, I don't want you thinking that I only play roguelites because I'm clever and smart. You know, I'm cleverer than you. I mean, Sagara, that's definitely one where... Okay, let's phrase it like this. Alright, so if my job... Hello, Will the Streamer. If my job is to show you games that you either wouldn't have the cohesion or the focus or the combination to get into yourself, then I guess like a literary list would be as much about knowledge as actually helping people get into those spaces themselves, right? Because like we can discuss the history of roguelikes, where they apply, how they came to be, and things like that. But if your goal is to actually get good at them, one, don't watch me. I'm fucking terrible. I'm just really fucking stubborn. You know, there are people who are far better at these games, but very few people I know who are as bloody-minded as I am. So perhaps that's where we can start, is it's as much about genre knowledge as it is about genre accessing, right? You know? The difference between, say, like, Rogue and Caves of Quad is like night and fucking day, right? And Caves of Quad is amazing. I'm still going to keep calling it that because, again, it amuses me. Peaks in at 28 episodes of Hades. Didn't give up. The only way you lose is by giving up. So, like, Cigarette, perhaps that's a way we can have these two things kind of come together. You know, because if your goal is just to learn about these spaces or to try and gain more knowledge in the space and how they apply, like that's literally what I'm doing. That's what I'm here for. I know that's not always how our streams go down, but that's what I aim to be doing. But if your goal is to play them themselves, like I'm not a great... In that regard, I'm not a good teacher. Oh, beans. Alright. I'm gonna aim to go back to the hint shop. We kind of cleared this area out. A lot of bugs. So Cold Ankles, Celeste is a really good teaching platform for... Oh, really good for teaching precision platforming, you know. You don't want to give somebody fucking Kaizo Mario or some shit. Or, you know, Volgar the Viking. I just recently remembered that Volgar the Viking exists, and that it has a sequel coming out. Pink car's my car now. We're having soft tacos later. I do like how you get in the passenger seat, but it's yours to control. Now, the tricky one would be coming into things like air quotes puzzle games, because then we'd have to essentially start breaking them down into like little subgenres. Because I think, Scotty, you were mentioning Myst earlier, which is bloody good, but like Myst is drastically different than say, I don't know, I'm gonna say that. Terry, you cheeky little chappy. So Cold says, what would be your choice for CCG literacy? I mean, first thing I'd do is ask, like, cat or numbers or people that have more of a grounding.
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Because the most obvious choice is also the most
I
impenetrable.
return to you now, at the closing of lacrosse season.
No.
Look to the east and what you...
Sorry, PBS, I was trying to think of, like, you've lacrossed me for the last time, or lacrosse your arms and hope for the best. I'm sorry, none of my puns took fruition there. I'm so sorry. I am Smooth Brain. It's good to have you back, friend. How's it going? We are playing the pseudo-sequel. You can't even really call it that. But this is Terry's Turbo Trip. And it is made by the same people that made Wuppo. We're talking about games literacy and the idea of, like, if you wanted to understand a genre, what would be, like, the jumping off point, right? So Legend says, would you try games and failed and analyze why? Not for this. I think the games that failed, that's something for discussion rather than from experience, right? You don't need to play Jurassic Park Trespasser to understand where it failed. But we can definitely talk about it, you know what I mean? And yeah, so Garrett, going back to the puzzles, Myst is very different from Bubba Is You or Mini Metro or things like that. That's right, I got the cash. Alright, let's get fucking weird with it. Okay, we need to go see the guinea pig lady. Oh, that makes me feel ill. Ah! The hints that make you feel like you're spinning out. So yeah, so Legend, I guess that's where the line that I would split in this conversation is, that if it's something for discussion that doesn't need to be experienced, for the weirdness, I think that's the point where, you know, watching streams and discussing the games is probably more valuable, you know? Ah, Terry! What are you doing to my camera, mate? Zelda has already trained me to immediately dig up anything vaguely in a circle. And I guess the other thing is that we're not looking to, like, present anything pretentious or anything gatekeepy. So, you know... It's also not about choosing what is, air quotes, the best, right? Oh, hang on, where's guinea pig lady? Let me go get me car. I also keep thinking about how if we plan this right, we can definitely help people experience titles without worrying or feeling like they're going to have a sense of that there's a chance that there's a sense of failure to it. Stop, nerd. I'm just gonna beat the fuck out of him. Let's go. Okay, it's a little personal, mate. Alright. Magical girl transformation in Terry! And other Terry! My name's Ricky. Sure it is other Terry. Ah. Oh no. I had him dead to rights there. KO! Oh no! Baron setting up a new phone, so having to do the infinite number of sign-ins. Oh shit, where are my fucking manners? So one, alongside the $10, Baron, you fucking legend, thank you. You did not make a dent on Fearless Son, but a good attempt. Friends, before we continue in with our banterific nonsense, I have added our next 2 events to the schedule proper. So both on Discord and here on Twitch. We will have 2 big events coming up. The first one is the return of Memnol. It has been gone for 1,000 years. Empires have risen and fallen in the interim, but Memnol endured. And we will be returning on the 22nd. So that's a little under 2 weeks. I don't know the specifics of how the episode's going to go down, because obviously I'm in it with you in terms of first. But Baron has assured me that if you've never watched, there will be enough of a recap that you can kind of enjoy the adventure. The other thing we have is our next big Marbles on Stream Aganza. Friends, legends, and professional marble racers, the Daytona 500 will be happening. Coming to a screen near you. Oh, really cool. Baron's going to be like a get to know the story mini arc. That sounds dead fun. Ah. Well, that's not going to work. Don't even worry about it. It's not my car. Ricky, I got shit to do, mate. Babies! Nuggies! Got 5 new Gummy Pup blueprints. Now, I haven't picked the track for the Daytona. And I do believe that it will be probably closer to 5 hours rather than 6. Because it's the 500. Babies! Little nuggies! They're even making guinea pig noises. This is the best! I just want to sit here with the guinea pigs for a while. Is that cool? Okay. Okay, so we're gonna find 2 more blueprints, and we're gonna try and find whatchamacallit. One more wind chime as well. So I'm trying to keep my ear open for. Baron was asking as a little show of hands, who here has watched Memnol prior? Because I think we're going to have quite a few new people. To give you the quick TLDR, it is me and all of you lot controlling one character for D&D. So you'll get to chat with me, I get to chat with you, and it's a group game, but we all work together. Because, sorry you've all had to hear this like 8 million times, but I love D&D, I love tabletop stuff, but one of the things that I really enjoy about streaming is the conversation, the company, right? And with a lot of D&D games, the gap between those playing and those watching can get pretty pronounced. And I'm not about that, so... Oh. Alright, let's get this car beefing! Yeah, and say, Zagara, that's fine. It's not what I like doing on stream. And so I whinged about this to Baron like 1,000,000 times. He told me he'd solved it about 5 times before my drunk ass registered. And yeah. Memnol was going... It was every other week, and then it was monthly for a while, and then real life kicked my ass. Alright, upgrade your car 5 times. Wow. What is it? Feel faster. Yeah. With 7 turbo ups, the car is really fast. But it's not just my car. I feel like I got personally faster. If you feel it, it must be true. Terry can now use fast travel. Whoa. Is there anything else you can put in? Doesn't want to talk about the taxi job. Just talking about Ricky. And just telling us that we can beat the crap out of Ricky if we want. And I'm okay with that. Also, Baron, I don't know if have you streamed from your newest current abode? Okay, this is useful. We didn't work out how to do crime. Yeah, Terry at home, Ricky. It's the bit where he's like, people have started calling me Terry. And our little guy was like, man, people do that to me all the time. So good. Oh no. The Comcast curse. Thankfully we've managed to get away from... Okay, this wasn't where I planned to be, but alright. We managed to get away from Comcast and all that nonsense. But they have little adverts for it up around town, and I just keep thinking, like, you bastards. You know you're shy. You know you're selling people shenanigans. As much as it pains me, I need to go back to the laundry. There is the laundromat. Just got to try not to vomit. Thanks, I fucking hate it. Oh, just stop spinning for a second. Alright, trees by big building, I guess. Oh, no, that's as much as I can take. Man, I love a hint system that makes you feel like you're about to puke out through your eyeballs. Okay. Big building. I don't want too many. You got this, Reggie. So if I trundle around town, some big buildings, some nice trees. Try not to chunder. If anybody crosses us, I'll fucking kill them. Good times. I think it's down that way, because that's the way to the desert. There's like 3 trees nestled up near a really swish-looking building. God, I hate the fucking... Sorry. So I talked about how... I've spoken about how being an expat means sometimes I use terms that I never used to use back in the day because they've reintroduced themselves into my little vocabulary. Swish is one of them, and I hate it. Hate it! And I don't know why it's back. It is a Britishism. Mostly trash. Oh, that looks like a fancy building. Oh. Maybe? No, I don't think that was it. Because it's 3 trees. I can only count a couple. Wait, unless it's those there. I can't get to those. Sounds a little challenge. Sorry, I'm just thinking the problem through out loud. Was the building red? It was spinning, the colours kept changing, I wasn't having a great time. Try not to puke out through my eyes, you know, standard stuff. There's definitely things up there. Terry, you not fucking helping, mate.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Oh, and whoever that was that gifted a sub to Wolf, that's fucking kind of you. Actually, Wolf, so I'm glad you had a good stream, but I just realised I didn't ask you what you were up to, friend. And I definitely didn't say a proper thank you for you bringing a raid in. You know? Sorry I've been out of sorts today. Got him. Right, there's one more of those. Just gotta keep an ear open. Oh, and if we hear the jingle jangle of like wind chimes, that's the last one of those. But we've definitely not been up here, so it's worth exploring. Oh, you're doing SnowRunner. Lovely. God, I tell you, if you want like an intellectual... I wouldn't even suggest this as part of the concepts we've been talking about, but like sitting down and charting non-conflict games. Yeah, well, Brain's been doing a lot of Brain recently, and you know, we finished up, what was it, the PC gaming show Sunday night. Also, if you haven't played the I Am Your Beast demo, I was very lucky in that we got to sit around and play some of that. Like, thank you all again for putting up with me going hard on that one, because I had a great time. And I hope you saw, or at very least, sorry if I already told you this at the beginning of stream, but according to Zalavir, I Am Your Beast is officially the most wishlisted game that Strange Scaffold has done. And that's no small feat. So that means it's done better than El Paso Elsewhere did post-announcement. Which is pretty fucking huge when you think about it. Fucking Terry! Fucking fell off a fucking building. I fucking tell thee. Guess I haven't really explored this area, but still. But no, so the reason why I wanted to like mention non-conflict games is because like SnowRunner and MudRunner, they aren't non-stressed games, right? But they're non-conflict in the sense of like you're not fighting anybody. There's something obvious. Hey! Is it that time of night already? Jetman J, how are you feckin' doing, friend? I hope you're doing bloody marvellous. Jay, how was your stream? What were you up to? Tell me your tales! It's good to see you, friend. I shall hold them tightly. And you know, Wolf, Crypt the Necro Dancer, I love it. It's not an easy game for babies. But sorry, friends, where are my manners? So to all the friendos we have bringing raids in, please, please, please give them a follow. I'm trying to be better at being a host as I've been slacking on my duties of late. Oh, you know, Jay, I'm doing real good. I shall keep your lovely lot entertained. We're playing Terry's Tiny Turbo Trip, which is a gloriously weird little game made by the same folks that did Wuppo, which if you know, you know. And if you don't, then it's my pleasure to introduce it to you. Thinking we got everything, but you never know. What's on the Terry list? Alright, help Petra produce with the grumps, impress the soccer kids, engage in criminal activities, sacrifice all the mushroom chimes. How many mushroom chimes have we got? Only one. We need to find one more somewhere. And when you all came on in, I mean, we were talking predominantly about Memnol, but ow! Fucking bastard. Good thing you didn't stop. We were also talking about the concept of like, I don't want to say an essential reading list, but if someone wanted to get into games literacy, what games would you give them and why? You know, if someone wanted to understand roguelikes, for example, what are the games that you'd pass to them? So, like, how could you help somebody come to understand them video games better? How do we impress the kids? Hit them with a wrench a few more times. You know, and that's where we were at when you all came on in. kind of like recommended study materials, but also in such a way as to not make people feel like they're getting, you know, like talked down to or anything like that. I feel there's like some kind of like jet launcher I've missed, because there's loads of high pop places I'm struggling to get to, but there must be a way to get to them. So yeah, so friends, that's what we've been having an hour on. Now the point at which it could get really fun is when you start talking about, like, you know, where does, I don't know, where do top-down shooters stop and Diablo begins, right? And again, I'm not saying that to be asinine or to start mischief. Just, I genuinely think it's an interesting topic, right? What is that noise? So I'm trying to listen out for the old, the jingly jingles. And it's things like, if you want to understand fucking MOBAs, you have to start with Warcraft 3. But then once you start Warcraft 3, how much literacy do you need to get it? I don't know. I'm not putting these forward because I think there's a one true answer on this.
This is a lot of months. What? 5.66667 years worth.
For a second there, Sean, I was worried it was going to be like the old 5 sextillion, sextrillion, squillion, billion nonsense. I thought I was going to be here for several hours listening to a strange Welsh man just say numbers at me. Well, Sean, only you have the power to cause absolute fucking mischief. Don't let your dreams be memes. Well, so Garrett, there's one other little caveat with that, is that we don't really get to state what... Two bells! We don't really get to state what genres are. We can deconstruct them, but how genres get defined is still always going to be up to users. Hell, the MOBA is definitely the one which I feel is the most we let users name their own names. Because it stands for, like, was it Massive Online Battle Arena or some wankery like that. Alright, shithead, let's battle. Fight me! Terry! I broke his face. Yeah, and what a nothing term. Massive Online Battle Arena. Well, it's not massive, it's 10 people. You know, Unreal Tournament could do 20. It's online, sure. But Battle Arena, that doesn't really sum up much of what's going on. But that's what the users decided to name it. Alright, it's time to crush Ricky. Whoa. Oh shit, he's right in my tail. I can't shake him. This is not going according to plan. I should be kicking his ass. There we go. Like that. You suck, Ricky. I'm gonna make sure everybody knows it. Get fucked. Wow, I don't know what it is about this town that's turned me into a violent maniac. Like, to recap my crimes, I've done what? Like, I have attacked children. I have found a guy named Ricky, repeatedly called him Terry, and then beat him to death with my car. What the fuck is going on with this? So this is supposed to be Town Hall. We picked up something here. Hang on, I know what it was. Government secret documents. There's terrible secrets within these writings. This fucking game. Alright, come on, Tiny Frog. We got places to be. Nope. Jesus. I also wonder how far off we are from being able to boost our car up enough. Wolf says for RTS I'd recommend Age of Empires 2 or Star Wars Emperor at War. Definitely not Star Wars Empire at War. Age of Empires 2 I think is a good solid one. That person's fucking dead. It's like a part of me wants to throw in Total Annihilation. But that one only really matters if you know like strategy games. Terry. You know what I mean? Like, okay, Terry, you're not working with me here. I just need one more of these. Sorry, I have mushroom problems. Because, like, I mean, and this is where this question kind of gets interesting, right? So, like, if we're talking about games literacy, do you go Doom, you know, like War for Arrakis, or do you go Command and Conquer for, like, the progenitors, right? And I'm not asking these questions to be asinine. It's not like a trap or anything. You know, I do think Red Alert is definitely a lot of really good learned lessons. And also thematically, Red Alert is so much easier to understand. You know, Command and Conquer is, there's a magical awe, and some people think it's a religion, and some people are just America, and whereas Red Alert is Einstein kills Hitler and accidentally makes like Super Stalin go. But again, this is where this is such an interesting discussion because, you know, I know there are loads of people online that have like, you know, game clubs, you know, like a book club for video games. Ha, nailed it. nailing it got us nothing. It was too cocky. It was too confident. It cost me everything. Wait, what's down here? Nothing. You know, we have to look at another one of those spinning hints, right? Yeah, and Varbles, I mean, this is why I love talking about it, because you're right. In this, the thematics don't necessarily match the genre. The genre is the experienced form, you know? When people say adventure games, they tend to mean point and clicks or point and click inspired. I don't want to say point and click derivatives, but they don't mean games about adventures. Oh yeah, Cold Ankles, there is that Suri area, but I didn't see anyone in there. Like, something tells me that's something we're going to have to go to later on after we unlock something. Oh, you're going to do this to me. Oh, it's literally the place you were talking about. Down by the beach. Okay. Yeah, and again, Varbles, this is why it's so fascinating to talk about, because you're right. In other mediums, if you say rom-com, that refers to the, you know, the plot structure and the kind of characters and all that, right? But with video games, oh, that's a whole different kettle of monkeys. But it's also why this discussion is so fun. Like, in a medium that's still evolving and cool shit that's still happening, right? Oh yes, because there was a fucking page here. Sorry, I know how to play this. I'm too cool. And this should be all the things we need for the guinea pigs. There we go. He's Tiny Terry. He's just that cool. Yeah, Sagara, it's a bundle of turbo scrap, and I don't know if I can be, I don't know if I can be arsed. I do want to do some more crimes, though. And God bless this fast travel. No. Fast travel. Because then you can just go... Pew, down by the pet store. We don't have to look at that spinning washing machine. I honestly don't know if I can look at any more hints. Like, it's not a bit... I was starting to feel a bit grim. That last hint. Oh, Cold Ankles, the gap on the side, it's just decoration. Alright. 2 new gummy blueprints, that's all of them. Cold Ankles, close your eyes, I'll tell you what they look like. Man, sometimes I don't get that, like, closed eye vertigo. There you go. Gotta caught them all. Hi, Terry. Hello. I think you got all the gummy pups. you remember to feed your fish? Yes. Good. I think you got all the gummy pups. That's it? Alright. Well, so Wolf, the reason why I didn't just like mash the screen print button is you've got to get the timing right, which means watching it. Because it takes a while for the screen to kind of warm up. You know what? I'm just going to take the boosts we have and see if it's enough to get up the side of this fucking building. See how much space there is for Terry. Not quite, Terry. Not quite. He's not far off, though. Sorry, wrong buttons. Might be... we find and beat that other guy to death. I mean, in a bumper car race, that should give us enough to... upgrade our shit. Fuck that guy. He's not going to be in Terry's Turbo Adventure 2, the returning. Wow. It is very entertaining that when you're wearing the shades. Ah, we haven't been to the beach down here. When you're wearing the shades, he's always smiling. Smash F12, get screenshots later. That's probably the smart way of doing it. Okay, so we did head over to that way. That was the beach. And I think that was I think that little island was Crab Island. Yeah. We stole everything those crabs had. They're poor crabs now. But yeah, no, I don't know. I think what little brain cells I've had chugging along on this conversation topic are currently filing for divorce. But this is a topic I really enjoy. And it's one that I think has a lot of value. You know? Because if we want to get, like... if we're going to get weird with the topic, we want to get fun with it. Like... see if there's, like, a secret world we can swim to. Think about Darkest Dungeon 1. What kind of game is that? Like, I think about that a lot. Fuck. Oh, I don't like this. Oh, fuck me! Don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. This is supposed to be a whimsical fucking game. What fucking whimsy was that? Hey, remember that time the mayor showed up and then literally floated away? I think about that a lot. That's the one thing, Big, you've got to know about Glass Shark. Love the fat kid. Doesn't matter. The Glass Shark. See you swimming about, you tubby little fish. Oh, what was I doing? Oh yes. Let's see if we've hit enough upgrades to go to space. We deserve to go to space. Okay. It's gotta be enough to get this all the way. It's gotta be. We were so close. Yay! Who's ready to go to space? We're definitely driving, though. We're definitely driving. Cold ankles. No, I missed the kissable lips on that sea beast. On that horror monster. We're going to space! In our cool shades. Come on, Terry. We got shit to do. Sky Plaza, here we come! Out of my way, I'm a spaceman. Alright. Let's fucking go! Go on, Terry. Go on, Terry. You can do this. Space! Man, space is bright. Ooh, should have gotten a crash helmet. Hey, Terry! I did it! I am in space. Oh, that's great, Terry. Anyway, your parents called. They're coming home tomorrow. And I realised I kind of forgot to check up on you. A lot. Bad uncle, you're in space. Did you attend summer school? At all? I am in space now. I am beyond your petty morality. Yeah, but space is awesome, Terry. We stop playing around for a minute. Your mum asked me to look out for you. I really want to check up on some things. Uncle Grony, I am in space. You sound a bit muted. What? Yeah, use the car from the job application centre. Your mother is going to kill me. She won't. I don't need to go to school anymore. I'm famous now. Terry. Oh, Terry. Don't you think this might have been a bad idea? How so? So to be honest, there are so many practical issues, I don't even know where to begin. What is it even like up there? Kind of sucks. Can't even breathe here. How's everyone over there? Is everyone talking about me now? Oh, look, I don't know if people are even really aware of the situation. Oh. It's like that time the mayor flew off into space. It was awesome, but only a few people saw it happen. The rest didn't even really care. Wait, the mayor is in space? I forgot about that. Exactly. Ah. So now what? Guess I'll die. This was a bad idea. You're fucking right it was, Terry. It's a really bad idea, Terry. Listen. I know you don't want to go to summer school. I know you think it's hard to fix your grades. I know you're disappointed that your parents left you at home. Please don't get me wrong, because it is inspiring to watch you accomplish your dream. It's impressive to say the least. Driving into space doesn't actually solve anything. However hard things may seem sometimes. Fuck it, didn't expect me to get a lesson at the end of the show. We all just have to make it work. Make it work here, on Earth. Get it. You did the thing. You look cool. Maybe if you had planned things a bit better, you'd be famous now. The kid that drove the car into space. But is that worth it? To be lost in space for a lifetime? Is it worth it? Or, if you put it that way, worth it? Or maybe we come back down and we do a little bit more grassroots advertising, you know, let people know we're in space. If you put it that way. Sorry, I feel like we get like a G.I. Joe style message. Or was it worth it, Wolf? Was it worth it? Is it cool to act not cool if there's nowhere there to witness? If a cool kid flies into space and doesn't make a sound, does a tree fall in the woods? Alright, worth it! No, it's not worth it, Terry. Really don't think it is. Just stay where you are. I'll come pick you up. You know what? For all the silliness, that was a real heartfelt little conclusion there. That was real sweet. I do wonder if there's any other endings or otherwise. He's going through it again to try and also go into space. Oh, get fucked, Ricky. Aww. Aw, to the Snick Flat enthusiasts, thank you for playing. That's us. And now it's time for little Terry to learn about physics, predominantly terminal velocity. Yay! Don't tell your parents! Please don't tell your parents. The end. Hey! Well, that was lovely. Just the right amount of whimsy, even if my stomach is kind of turning a little bit. Aww. Just the acknowledgements. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay! So I think that's a pretty good time to bring our adventures to a close, dear friends. What a lovely game. I'm actually, so Biggs, I'm immediately going to Guides and Chivos to see if there are different endings. Just real quick, just seeing, is there a different ending? Just real quick. Just having a little look. Okie dokie. Okay, these are all weird, so just give me my Sonic Jams. Okay. So that was Tiny Terry's Turbo Trip. That was so heartfelt. And again, what I really appreciated about it, start to finish, was it was entirely ridiculous, and yet it was incredibly sincere. The overall message is kind of like, Terry, no, you're mad, but you can't ignore your problems. Sometimes you just gotta do it. It felt very wholesome, classic sitcom end of the show lesson. And I kind of like that. You know, it was fun to totter around, steal cars, do crime. We never did find out what the crime was for the other guy, but considering that we committed vehicular manslaughter, beat a child to death with a pipe wrench, and just genuinely were evil, I think we did enough crime. I think we did enough crime. So friends, please, please, please stick about. Byakuaz, I think... Yeah, so Sage Bell's still going. And by my understanding, they just kicked out the 100-point move. So I'd like you all to come with me and basically just commit audible crimes via the medium of Sage's soundboard. But I do need to say some massive thank yous, alright? So first up, like, your current ruling Jarl, Fearless Son, it's $100, mate. Like, seriously fucking thank you. Thank you. It's fucking cool of you. And to the rest of you, I don't know how much you have all thrown in today, but it was a cacophony of chaos. Thank you. Right. Thank you for bearing with me when I was fighting off sleep, and I really do hope you all enjoyed the Cirque de Kile, because I enjoyed going through it. And to that end, because without you lot, I'd just be a man screaming to himself inside a tiny room. I must say many thank yous. Oh shit, also, if you haven't checked it out on YouTube, the foul damage video is up. I got permission to post it, so I did a thing. So first up, to Tiny Irish Viking, thank you kindly for the follow. It's lovely to make your acquaintance. Hopefully we get to talk video games again. To Lizzie Tupal, to Angel Kalina and Fearless Son, Wraith and Captain Stephanie Barnes, Kestrel North and Alnus, Fluffy Adorable Kitten, and Kyle! Bacon Avenger, Polar the Patroller, Sargriant, Camriant, kind of hate it when it doesn't do the capitalizations, it breaks my brain. But also to PVS Wolf and Sean Peoples, thank you kindly. There were so many 68 sprees and so many. Thank you. Thank you again to Fearless Son, but also to Eriman, Bacon Sheep, Baron Sheep and Scotty Doggy, Bacon, you mess with my noggin. Shitaru, Fearless Son, Sun Numbers, Quasi, Vanderbeest and Lizzie, whether you were gifting a sub or... sorry, you were all thrown in bits. That's really fucking cool of you. Thank you. I'm so fried. Or maybe that was subs. I forget. To Caffeine, Lizzie, and Moose, thank you, mod team. Currently, my brain's broken. And to both Jetman J and Wolf, thank you for the raids. Please, friends, if you've not given them a follow already, please do. Yeah, no, I think my brain just broke. So look, I'm going to throw you on over to Sage. They're playing Signalis. And they just unleashed a whole flavor of pure nonsense. So, I'm gonna have some fun. Yeah, honestly, friends, I think that's it. Tomorrow is Elden Ring. I may be a little bit late tomorrow, but it's because of good reasons, as I'm going to get to do some voice auditions tomorrow. And a friend is actually walking me through the lines, so who knows? I might be in a video game. Another video game. That's more than one video. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. Alright, friends. Highly doubt you will see me on Discord this evening, but if you do, come say hi. And aside from that, just have a fucking great rest of your night, okay? So now we're heading over to Sage. Have your tiny little Longshipian emotes at the ready. Like, honestly, I think that's why these little friendos are so powerful. 'Cause look at that. Look at that little army. Look at those little friendos. It's gonna be our house now. But no, seriously, friends, like, just fucking thank you so much. You know, I'm probably still going to be talking about the fact that this year does feel like Survivor guilt, and that I still don't know if I am even vaguely worth all that you lot put in. But I fucking hope so, and I'm gonna keep trying. All right. But that's it from me, friends. Whatever you do, have a great one, and let's go cause some mischief. All right. And also, VOD watchers, as you might be the only ones to get this message. I see you. I see you, VOD watching. I see you. And we're